Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome to Make-A-Wish Day here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott Hazelton, Kate, and Bradar with you. We've got 10 races ahead, and each race we will recognize a Make-A-Wish child, starting obviously with race number 1. And I just want to welcome those young people joining us here today. Hadley, Samuel, Brooklyn, Rhett, Kinsley, Nacho, Jameson, Jonathan, Talon, and Sed joining us today on one of our favorite days, if not our favorite day here at Keeneland Make-A-Wish Day.
It really is amazing to see how just the simple gesture of welcoming somebody to the racetrack, the touch of a horse, petting a horse's nose, spending a little time with people around the racetrack and in the breeding community helps to kind of alleviate just momentarily a little bit of the stress that these families and their kids are going through. And it is a really special day.
We'll recognize each of those young men and women over the course of the afternoon, so we look forward to that. But let's move on here on today at Keeneland and get into particulars as far as the racing is concerned. We've got a couple of carryovers, a pick 6 carryover, final 6 races of the day, $27,770. So a nice pick 6 carryover today, and then the Toyota Super High 5 carried yet again, I believe.
2 straight days, yeah.
16,000 for the Toyota Super High 5. That's the final race number 10 here on the afternoon. So race number 5 will start the pick 6, and Toyota Super High 5, that is race number 10. We'll remind you of those as we get to those particular races here this afternoon during our racing coverage. Taking a look back at yesterday's racing, Con8 was able to dash away from him in that auction-restricted maiden special weight. A Keeneland graduate, Calumet Farm, owned and made it easy in race 2.
He looked exceptional. 2 wins on the card for Irad Ortiz Jr. And then the other one, this first-time starter who went right to the front, never looked back with the rail 30 feet out. Andrew Bull-McKeever and Killshave Beauty getting the victory at first asking.
A big reason why that pick 6 carried into today with Killshave Beauty. As far as race number 6, Lilac Girl getting the victory with Saez for the Augustin stable.
This was my angle horse, and I was really happy to see how well she performed for Jonathan Thomas after a tumultuous trip over at Kentucky Downs. She made amends in a really good race.
Good to see JT in the winner's circle. And then in race number 8, the final race, Cairo Street, Wilkes and Landeros getting the win on the square over the favored filly that we like, the 6 in that race.
That was a nice effort as well. And the second win of the meet for the tandem of Chris Landeros riding for his father-in-law, Ian Wilkes, and they both paid pretty well, so that's maybe an angle to keep an eye on the rest of the meet.
Look at the current jockey standings. Johnny Velasquez, he's 1 clear of Tyler Gaffalione. Johnny V's got 2 today. Gaffalione rides just about the entire card, mounts in all races except for race number 1. Saez has a full slate as well. He's riding 7 today. Flavian Pratt has 4 mounts. Irad Ortiz, he is not here today. And then Todd Pletcher, Wesley Ward, Steve Asmussen, Brad Cox, Ian Wilkes, closely bunched in the trainer standings.
Some of these jocks going back and forth between the East Coast and here are racking up the frequent flyer miles, but it opens up the opportunities for jockeys that are based here like Tyler Gaffalione to pick up a little bit on them. It's going to be a good race right to the finish. Yeah,
Rosario, he's got a 6-pack to ride today. Francisco Arrieta has a big opportunity as well. He's riding 8 of the 10 here today. So we'll keep track of that over the course of these days as far as the trainer and jockey standings are concerned. But let's get the weather for this Thursday. Here's WKYT.
Looks like it's going to be a fantastic day out at the track for you today, as our temperature situation is going to be wonderful. We're going to see those numbers climb quite a bit. Look at this, 73 close to that first post time with the mainly sunny skies, and then you have more 70s that are likely going to show up here, all the way up to around 77 degrees out at the track. This is a really good day. The thing is, it's going to be like that tomorrow. Maybe a little more wind starts to blow in before we get that chilly weekend. But it's all about the sunshine for you today. Good luck out there.
Fast main track, firm turf course, rail on the turf course, once again set at 30 feet. So handicapping those turf races, keep that in mind, especially when it comes to the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
Yesterday, we saw it sort of lean toward the horses that had some tactical speed, but that could change depending on the caliber of competition.
Let's take a look at our full card selections for the day. You can keep track of these each and every race day with the Keeneland Race Day app downloaded on your smartphone as well as your tablet, and have full access to our selections. Well, we agree races 2 and 3, excuse me.
That's about it. We're kind of all over the map today. I think it's a challenging card and a number of opportunities for some barns that you don't always think about, in my opinion. I thought you could think outside the box a little bit today.
A little tickle in the throat, so hopefully that goes away here quickly. Let's get into our social media at Keeneland Racing on X. For Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. Give them a follow on X as well. And most importantly, download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV.
We're going to get into our featured race of the day, which is the first level allowance race, and mile and a 16th. I know we don't agree on this one. I think all the way Tall Boy, 3-1, morning line favorite off a 2-month layoff, and coming out of Stakes Company is going to be the horse that probably gets played, but it seems like there's quite a few other options in here. I'm going to go ahead with the horse. It's 15-1 on the morning line, taking a swing for the fences. Safe Trip Home helped me out yesterday, did Luann Machado. And here, first time on the turf for this horse, who is, this is King Curlin, Scott's pick coming up. Another one I'm concerned about and think you maybe have to use on your ticket. But I kind of went completely different direction because I thought that this was a situation where everybody has a similar running style and several horses could try to kind of take turns at each other. So I really thought that maybe it's going to be whoever really just takes to the turf and runs lights out. King Curlin ran that big race at Kentucky Downs. He comes close all the time, and he's sort of a use underneath for me, but not necessarily a win play. He's been second and third a lot more than he's won. Of course, that is the case with almost everybody in here because it's a first-level allowance race. But that was my case against King Curlin in the win spot. I did throw him on my ticket just in case in the pick 4.
Okay, I think I've got it straightened out. I hope. But King Curlin, for me, one of the things that Brittany Vandenberg told me about this horse is that she feels like he's kind of held back in the stretch. They've always thought he's the type of horse that's going to put them on the map when they got him. I think he'll get a quicker pace today, which will help him. So I'll lean on King Curlin in there. But your top selection, did we get to that in the midst of my coughing fit?
And King Curlin, by the way, is my third choice. I used Tall Boy, who I think could also be sitting in that stalking trip, kind of similar to everybody else, but the top pick for me is the 5 Safe Trip Home, who's trying the turf for the first time. He's by more than ready out of a Bernstein mare. So this race at Turfway Park on the synthetic back on January 1st, he finishes second. He's the beaten favorite. But the horse that beats him is a horse named Aristocracy, who looked cut out to be a really nice horse, especially on the synthetic. I think there was strength in that field. Safe Trip Home comes off the 8-month layoff. He gets that time to mature. Trainer William Cowens, Doug Cowens, is 25% moving from the synthetic to the turf. And I love the pedigree. And Luann Machado, I think, is maybe one of the more underrated riders that's not getting the credit he deserves. Safe Trip Home also, I think, can sit close to the pace.
I think this is an instance for me in race number 9 where the Keeneland Race Day app comes in much better than what I just tried to pull off in handicapping it, because I got it right up there on this race. 10, 11, and 1 are my top 3 selections, led by King Curlin. I'm ready to go to Tom Leach for more on this race. Let's hear it.
We're here at the Keeneland Winner's Circle, where Brittany Vandenberg just had a winner with Like a Salt Shaker. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We want to talk about King Curlin in the allowance feature on today's card, Thursday, as this is airing. Tell me about that last race down at Kentucky Downs.
Well, we were hoping for the win, but we did like the way he went into the race. We feel like the horse on the lead kind of got a big heart and kept going, and King ran his own race. I mean, I talked to Chris about it. He said he felt like he won when he got to the front. He wasn't really chasing the winner, so we're hoping for a better effort this time, maybe get him blowing a bit and trying a little bit more down the lane.
On the Wednesday card, the turf was listed as good, so not quite to the firm level. Does he have a preference for type of turf?
I actually think that he would prefer it a little softer. He's a horse that's a little weak and behind. He would kind of prefer some sort of grab just to help out his back end a little bit. So I was actually happy when he got listed as good.
And what about the work? He said the one work at Churchill Downs training track since the last race. How'd that go?
He got off the horse elated. I mean, smile from ear to ear. We couldn't be happier with King. We're just hoping for a good performance here.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
King Curlin, keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I like this horse. I mean, I spoke to Brittany when this horse was supposed to run on closing weekend, or I think it might have been the penultimate weekend at Churchill Downs, but it was an off-the-turf situation when we got rain over there, and they scratched and refocusing on this. And one of the things I asked her that day had an outside draw, has an outside draw today. She says if the real horse that they expect shows up, they're not worried about the outside post. So there's always hope, obviously. He's got a long pattern of not bringing it, but at some point you got to think that more than anything, it's going to come down to either bringing it or finding the right group to bring it towards.
When you look at the horses that Brittany runs here at Keeneland, at some of the boutique meets, she does an amazing job at spotting horses and having them at their very best. And every horse she's brought over has been very live. I think Bad Beat Brian got a little bit of a rough time of it in a very, very tough spot. But outside of him, everybody else has run up to expectations and then some.
Let's go after our key races. Starting for me, race number 5. This race does start that pick 6 with a $27,000 carryover. Also begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Scratch the 13 through 15, so 12 will go. Thomas Aquinas is the morning line favorite, the number 9 horse for Ian Wilkes, coming off of a couple of good runs, once stretching out to longer distances after a sprint debut. I respect him, there's no question about it, but Zverev, just to his outside, the number 10 horse, is where I end up in here for Cherie DeVoe. An Oscar Performance colt. I've fallen in love with Oscar Performance over these couple of crops that he's had. They just always seem to show up, and he arrived on debut at Saratoga at the end of that meet, and he was way back. He was dead last as they turned for home. Agate Road ended up winning this race and will come out and win again thereafter, but the way that this horse finishes off his race with a slow pace, too, very encouraging. There he is in the white, kind of weaving through horses, ends up down in between, gets stopped maybe a bit there from the 6 or the 8 or the 2, whoever's around him. You can see Agate Road's going to level off and win, but he ends up mid-pack. I think that's an encouraging run for him. And once again, here's the team of Christian Torres and Cherie DeVoe going to him again after they just have nothing but glowing things to say about Christian Torres, and obviously go back to him again today. Thomas Aquinas, I think his form speaks for itself. He's been better in his last 2. Tried the grass at Kentucky Downs in off-the-turf races prior to that, so handled the grass just fine that day. And then the number 4 horse mandatory meeting for Jordan Blair. Had a wide trip going 7/8 at Kentucky Downs and only beaten 3.5 lengths. So I think he's one that can make a move forward. And he was beaten by Can Group, the upset winner of the Castle and Key Bourbon on opening weekend here at Keeneland. So respect that form in that group that he wasn't beaten all that far by.
I'll tell you what makes this so competitive. You take a look at our selections, and you mentioned 3 very live horses. I agree. I used a couple of them, but it went a totally different direction for my top pick. That's the 7. Radio Liberty, trying the turf for the first time for Brad Cox with Tyler Gaffalione on board. Ran kind of an even race on the mud, but second time out, Brad's horses almost always improve. And I like this, again, I like this pedigree for the turf. He's by Audible, who's the son of Intimistive out of a Distorted Humor mare. So there's a little bit of stamina there as well as the ability to transition to the turf. I'm real eager to see Radio Liberty. I like the 9, Thomas Aquinas, who you mentioned, who's improving. I think he's very live in there for Ian Wilkes. And the 3, Gould's Gold, tries the turf for the first time. It's by Golden Sense out of a Bernardini mare. And Golden Sense is kind of a sneaky turf sire. I've kind of thought more about dirt, but again, he's the son of Intimistive. Plus, on the mare side, you've got the Bernardini line. Kenny McPeak, 11% moving to the turf. Julian Leperoux getting the assignment there. So I thought that horse was sneaky, but by then, hopefully we'll have an idea whether you really need to be in that top tier of horses or whether it's a little different from yesterday. If that's the case, even better, I think, for Radio Liberty.
So that is race number 5 on the card. Keep in mind, 2-year-olds on the turf course in that one, and we look forward to seeing it here today. Race number 7 is where we'll end up next here at Keeneland Racecourse, part of the latter half of the card. And this 7th race is a maiden special weight on turf as well. You can see there are some scratches. Time used the 1, the 9's a scratch, and then the 13 through 16, the also eligibles are out. Tireless on the outside, the number 12 runner, is the morning line favorite. And I think much like a few others in here, rightfully so, given that First World War, he ran well in the Castle and Key Bourbon, so that's going to sway some folks. And here's another son of Not This Time, an $875,000 yearling graduate last year at the Keeneland September sale.
This race kicks off the late pick 4. I'll have a ticket a little later on, but I thought it was a really tough race. you want a little bit of coverage in here. I went to the 10, Mill Street, and this is a horse I think you're going to get a decent price on. Joel Rosario takes the assignment for Mike Stidham. That is a really good combination. But debut at Colonial, keep in mind that this colt really had a bad start. He just wasn't ready. He was just very green, inexperienced. He ends up spotting the field almost 7 lengths, kind of rushed up, flattened out, rushes up again. He winds up 4th. He's beaten 5.5 lengths for all of it. You can see him right there closing into 4th. But I just felt like a lot of little things that went wrong that could be fine-tuned for the second time. That's a good group of horses, a solid group of horses. He's meeting quite a few of them again. But I thought he had more trouble than most of the others in that field. He's trained well since that race, and Mike Stidham's horses, again, tend to improve second time out. So he's my top pick, the 12. Tireless, don't love the post position for this 1 mile distance, especially with the rail out. But Tireless finished behind second to First World War, who came back to finish 3rd in the Bourbon and ran a really good race. This is Todd Pletcher, who's leading trainer at the meet right now. So definitely think you have to respect that one. And then 3, Frontline Warrior for Shug McGay. He comes off a pair of very good races, either one of which would be real competitive in here.
It's such a good race. I've got the 4-horse Edgartown on top, 4, 12, and 3 for me. Tireless is the second choice, but Edgartown gets a good post for the second consecutive race, only the second start of his career. This is a quality road colt for Joe Sharp, and Gaff Leone comes right back. He's 12-1 on the morning line. I would expect that price comes down. He also comes out of the Can Group Maiden Special Weight race, Can Group winner of the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon on Sunday. So 4, 12. And then the number 3 horse, Frontline Warrior, a well-bred colt who's run twice. His mother, his first stamp, Shamrock Rose, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner at Churchill Downs back in 2018. So a brilliant pedigree there. Keeneland graduate of $175,000 at last year's September sale. So 4, 12, and 3 in not an easy way to start the late pick 4, but those are the types of races that you look forward to in any leg of a multi-race exotic. Let's get after our clock report, and we're going to stay with race number 7 and the horse that I like on top, Edgartown. Worked 48-2. 13th best of 43. This is back on the 6th, so 6 days ago. Edgartown, big pedigree, solid debut. Rider stays, stretch out in distance should help. And then Aunt Becca in race number 8 worked 4 furlongs and 47-1.
Yeah, and has trained well, fresh, fit. The stable's very good with these types of horses, and moving back on Lasix can make a difference as well. So Aunt Becca in that 8th race for Cherie DeVoe with Louis Saez taking the call. That one last raced in Stakes Company in the Jersey Girl, and didn't run that badly, really, when you look back at it, but did get some time away after that.
So 4 in race number 7, 4 in race 7, 4 in race 8 for the Clocker report. Let's go after our multi-race exotics. I'll start with the Turf Pick 3. That's race number 5. And I'll go 3 deep. My top 3 selections, 4, 9, and 10. We just talked about those. Second leg, 2 races later in race number 7. And this race, I'll go beyond the top 3 selections. They've got 4, 12, and 3 in that order. But I'm also throwing the 10 in the mix, Mill Street, off of a good debut and a poor break on debut. So if he's ready for the start today, he could see big improvement for Godolphin and Joel Rosario. And then just 2 deep in that final leg. I would have liked a little bit more, but with being a $3 minimum, sometimes you've got to make calls that you don't necessarily want to. But I didn't want to leave the 10 out of race number 7, thus going with 10 and 11 in race number 9.
Well, I know that we are very divergent in terms of our selections, but you can hit the Turf Pick 3, and I can still hit the late pick 4. And we both have some horses in common here. 7th race, I mentioned taking the top 3 horses that I selected, with Mill Street being the top choice, 3, 10, 12. 8th race is my single on here, and Little Prankster to me seems the best, the most sure thing of horses in there. And that's not to say that's not a tough race, because it really is. But I like the 8th race a lot, and I like Little Prankster quite a bit. The 9th race, going to go 3 deep with the 3 the 3, 5, and 10, that is, in there. And then the 10th race I was looking ahead to is the one that I am not confident at all. If there's a place you want to get more coverage, it would be in the 10th. 5, 7, 9, 10. I just threw in some horses. My top choice in there, though, the 7, She's a Small Town Girl, I can make a pretty strong case for. That said, I can kind of make strong cases against almost every horse that I picked in there, as well as for and then some. So if you're looking to spend a little bit more money than $18, you might throw some coverage in on that last leg.
Those are our multi-race exotic choices for the day. Sales Grad Spotlight. Going back to race number 7, Tireless, the number 12 horse, who is the morning line favorite, $875,000 Keeneland September sale graduate from the sale of last year, and well-bred. He's by Not This Time out of the winning First Dam, Kitty Union, daughter of Union Rags, bred by Ellen J. Foxwoods. They stayed in. They also own this horse with St. Elias Stable and Rapoli Stable. So some heavy hitters going to $875,000 on hip number 699, now known as Tireless, in race number 7. Best angles of the day, I'm going to go with race number 1. We're going to get it going early. Race 1, a starter allowance race, going 6 furlongs. This is the morning line. Obviously, odds have changed since then. You can find those updated odds here at Keeneland. One Giant Leap for Wesley Ward draws post 1. Did win from post 1 at Turfway Park, went in a maiden 50. But this is a much more difficult group that he faces today. I respect him. I've got it 4-1-6, but I really do like the full horse chance. I think that this one will outrun his odds. This is a horse for Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider and Tom Drury Jr., who just broke his maiden last time out for 50 at Churchill Downs midway through that September meeting, recently wrapped up September meeting. He was 15-1 when he was able to win in the Claiborne Orange Silks. And his debut effort at Keeneland was the only other time that they sprinted him. He ran into Lugan Knight, who turned into a very nice 3-year-old at the time, or 2-year-old, I should say, back in 2022. And Tom Drury texted me. He goes, "What do you think of my horse today in race number 1?" I said, "I like him. I've got him on top." And he said, "All you have to do is look at what I was doing with him," and it was all trainer error in those races prior to that recent sprint. Routing him, synthetic, all of that. So sprinting is his game. I'm going to bet him across the board, $5 across the board. I believe he was around 12-ish to 1 when I last checked before we came up here on Today at Keeneland. So finding value on chance, I think he is very, very live in race number 1.
I used him in my top 3, and I like him a lot as well. I went to the 6th race, a very different type of race. It's a conditioned claimer or a beaten claimer, depending on how you put it, at 7 furlongs. And you can tell when you have a 2-1 morning line favorite that Tyler Gaffleone is on for Brendan Walsh, that it's probably a pretty salty field across the board. Again, you can make a case for a number of horses in here, but I went to the outside with the 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton. This is one of 2 horses that are racing for Juan Cano off the claim. And Carmichael, of the pair, the other horse is the 6, and I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Rungius, do you think? Rungius?
I'm going to go Rungius.
Okay, Rungius. I think either one fit in this spot. They're both racing off the claim, but the 8 Carmichael is a horse that has a little bit more tactical speed, and because of that, I think he's also had some excuses, including this race from Churchill Downs on the 15th of September, where he made a middle move, and I really think it was just kind of a premature move. I believe it was for different conditioners. He was the post-time favorite that day, and I think they just got a little bit overconfident, especially for the level of competition. But if this move had been made just a little bit later, I think you would have seen Carmichael winning rather than finishing 3rd, beaten a couple of lengths. That said, he hung in there even after he had been passed and even after a lot of horses would have kind of laid down at that point. And that tells me something. He's also been able to overcome adversity in some other occasions, and he's been real popular at the claim box. And usually that signifies a horse who's very competitive. So I'm going to use him. I'm also going to use the 6, Rungius, the other Juan Cano horse, who rides a 2-race win streak, but has also been very popular in the claim box, and the 1 Money Run on the rail. But I do think that at 10-1 on the morning line, Carmichael is probably going to be a big price. And the late rider change usually dissuades some people as well, unless, of course, you pick up someone like Irad Ortiz. But even yesterday, we saw that horse pay a big price. So Carmichael going to be just a win bet for me.
There are some good prices today that are win candidates. So make sure we get in talking about pick 5s and pick 4s and pick 3s. They're just the straight win bet, across the board bet in these races can go a long way. Heck, a show bet as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Tom Leach long shot of the day here today on Today at Keeneland. And appreciate Tom coming in late with this one as he had to adjust with a scratch when they came out about an hour and a half ago. He's going to Lewis in race number 2. The number 2 horse. So race 2, the 2, mark this one in your programs. Lewis for Ian Wilkes. Saez in the saddle, drops into maiden company, gets Saez, and the Wilkes Barn horses have run well. So the Trap Shot gelding coming down from Canterbury has had a couple of workouts at Keeneland with the Ian Wilkes operation. So Lewis, the 2 in race number 2, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day.
Ian Wilkes keeps winning the way he has. They're not going to be long shots much longer.
That's right. He's had a good go of it. It's just been pretty. I know Todd Pletcher's had the insane run that he had, but it's been pretty even as far as the trainers and even on the jockey side of things.
It's not. You have to work hard and have a really good horse to win this meet. And when you're seeing people at the top of the standings with just 3 or 4 wins and being in the thick of things with a couple, it tells you how competitive the racing is. But I really think it's a really healthy situation when you're seeing some names that you don't always see here. I think you're seeing some other lower profile barns that are also getting some nice horses to work with. So that can be very special to get that victory here at Keeneland.
Looking forward to a special day. Speaking of Make-A-Wish Day, you can donate to Make-A-Wish. We urge you to do so. There's a monetary donation location in the administrative office, and you can help create memories that last a lifetime for these young girls and boys, the Make-A-Wish children that we'll be celebrating today. This is the 16th year of Make-A-Wish Day here at Keeneland, and over 150 life-changing wishes have happened across central Kentucky over those 16 years, and going to be doing more of that today and for years to come.
You know, I mean, it is also something that kind of showcases the spirit of the thoroughbred industry, from the breeders to really every facet, with them teaming up as sponsors to make some of these wishes come true for these kids. And we saw with the great Cody's Wish how big it can really be, not just for all of us, but also for a horse and a person in terms of Cody and his family.
Make-A-Wish Day, looking forward to it. We'll have a Make-A-Wish kid singing the national anthem here very shortly. Nikki Benton, we look forward to that. For Caton, I'm Scott, the entire team here today at Keeneland. Enjoy a wonderful 10-race card ahead of us.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, simply rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3 where 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his seat now, 5 million, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4 million, 5, 4 million, 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5, 5 million, 6. Ready, 6, all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Wish Kid Nikki Bitten to the paddock. Nikki, a 17-year-old from Georgetown, Kentucky, has battled osteosarcoma. Nikki loves all things theater, and her wish to meet the cast of Six on Broadway was recently granted. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Tim Travis with stewarding as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Tim.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the bluegrass room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the finish line room and green room should exit using the stairway leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. We will review the program changes shortly. First, a look at the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. The main track is fast and the turf is firm. Main track fast, turf firm. The rail set at 30 feet on the turf course today. The inside rail is moved outward 30 feet for today's racing. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins that early pick 5. There are no changes in the first event. Second race is where the early pick 4 gets underway. No changes in race 2. Third race, the jockey for the 1 water fight is Jane Elliott. Third race, number 1 water fight, the jockey will be Jane Elliott. Fourth race, scratch number 3, 2 practical, and also scratch the also eligibles 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 3, 2 practical. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Race 5, start of the pick 6, carryover, $27,770. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9, in addition to the rolling pick 3s and rolling doubles. In that fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Again, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Also, there's a jockey change. The 2, Gamblin' George, Rafael Bejarano. That's race 5, number 2, Gamblin' George, the jockey, Rafael Bejarano. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. A number of jockey changes in that sixth event. Number 2, Stone Vicious, Alex Ashard, the jockey. Number 2, Stone Vicious, the jockey is Alex Ashard. On number 3, Treaty, the jockey, James Graham. James Graham, the jockey for number 3, Treaty. And the jockey for the 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton. Number 8, Carmichael, the jockey, Gavin Ashton. So again, in the sixth race, it'll be Alex Ashard on the 2, Stone Vicious. James Graham on number 3, Treaty. Gavin Ashton, the jockey for number 8, Carmichael. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Time Muse. Scratch number 9, Omex. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the seventh race. Scratch number 1, Time Muse. Scratch the 9, Omex. Scratch numbers 13 through 16. Eighth race. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine. And scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. That's the eighth race. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine. And scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. Ninth race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. That's in the ninth race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch 14, Kigali, 15, American Diamond, and 16, El Ahijado. Please note number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, La Griffon, draws into the race. One other note concerning the ninth race. Contrary to the program, number 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. The 10th and final event, there is a carryover today for that Toyota Super High 5. The carryover, just over $16,000, $16,011 will be the carryover, and there are no changes at this time in that 10th event. And it's time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Happy Thursday to you, Kurt Becker. Those of you joining us from around the facility here at Keeneland and from around the world, we got 10 races ahead of us. It's Make-A-Wish Day. I just had an opportunity to meet young Brooklyn, who was telling me she had an opportunity to go out and visit Gainesway, and I asked her what's her favorite horse. She said tap it. I said, Brooklyn, you got good taste.
She's got good taste. Good horsewoman.
Absolutely. So Make-A-Wish Day, we'll be telling the stories of all 10 of those children over the course of the afternoon, one of our favorite days here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 9 is our feature, the Godolphin. It's a first-level allowance race where Tall Boy is the morning line favorite, the 3-horse for Doug O'Neill, a horse that spent plenty of time out here in Kentucky. Doug O'Neill having horses obviously primarily on the West Coast. This is a horse that had his time on the West Coast going back to last year, but since 2022, he's been in Dubai and here in Kentucky.
He's been training at Keeneland most recently and training really well. Comes off that freshening and certainly might have a little class edge as he competed in Stakes Company prior to his time away. That was in August, so I understand why he'll be favored and definitely respect him. But this one is wide open. In my opinion, you talk about this many horses, you can really make a case for quite a few. You've got some horses trying the turf for the first time, like the 5 Safe Trip Home by More Than Ready, and some horses who have endured some tough trips along the way, too. So I'm curious to see how the turf is playing. It's listed firm today, and the rail is out 30 feet.
That's race number 9 on the turf course, our featured event, the Godolphin Allowance Race, first level allowance condition worth $110,000. Speaking of money, there is plenty of it up for grabs, starting race number 5 at the pick 6, $27,770 carrying from yesterday. And in the final race, race number 10, another carryover in the Toyota Super High 5, over $16,000. Race number 1 starts the early pick 5, 18 minutes to post. There's a look at the 4s. Chance, Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider will be carrying the orange silks of Claiborne Farm. Edgar Morales has the call for a second consecutive run. Tom Drury telling me that prior to that win last time out, it was just trainer error, having him go long and all those races. But if you look at his 2 sprints, Caton, he was third to Lugan Knight back this time last year on debut, and then all the route races came, and he came with a very good run last time out at 15-1. He is my best long shot play of the day, and I think that even assuming that he's a long shot, I mean, the price is, I think he's better than that. This is one of my favorite long shot plays based on price that I've had this meet in the days that we've had the fall meeting at Keeneland.
Well, he makes a nice appearance, and Tommy Drury does such a great job preparing his horses, bringing them in ready. He's had a win at the meet. I thought this horse definitely was very live. I'm just a tiny bit concerned about his style, which is to come from off the pace, combined with this being a little shorter than when he broke his maiden last out. But that said, he's got all the credentials. I went to the 3, Katath for Lindsay Schultz, who is third start off the layoff and comes out of the starter ranks. Same type of race that he's competing in today. To me, he's a little bit more tested than the 4 Chance, but I'm a little surprised that he's 7-2. I thought he might float up just a little bit. He's tactical. He can be close to the pace. This is his third start off the layoff. There isn't an abundance of early speed in the opener, Scott, and that's going to make it a real rider's race.
Yeah, and that's the question with the one Giant Leap, who's the even money favorite right now. He's live. He's yet to run a bad race. He comes off of 2 consecutive wins for 50. He's protected now for the first time in his career. Every other race he's been in a claiming race. And I know he's won from post 1 in the past at Turfway, where he was the favorite that day. But what will Walter Rodriguez be able to do? Because from that rail post when he won, he just got there. And this is a better group than what he beat for maiden 50 back in March at Turfway.
I'm just wondering, he's a first-time gelding with the time away and the maybe just time to mature, that he could be a little closer to the pace. His workout on October 3rd here at Keeneland suggests that he's going to show a little bit more speed than was the case in his previous races. But I do think you need to be a little closer than he has been in the past. He's live. I went to a different horse in the 4, Chance, right back for my 3rd choice. And the other horse that I think you have to consider is Attaché. He is another one, like One Giant Leap, that's got to come from off the pace. But as the heavy favorite at 7 furlongs, he won pretty easily. So he's been first or second in 4 of 6 starts lifetime. And he's now racing for Paul McGee, who claimed him last start for the 50. now gets to run him in a protected spot. And Paul is 25% off the claim. So I could see Attaché running a big race, too. I agree with you, Scott.
Yeah, and in that win last time out, he was wheeled back in 8 days. And remember speaking to Keith DeSormo, who had him at the time. They just felt they had to bring him back because he was doing so good and had run so well. So another fairly quick turnaround, certainly not the 8 days, but in 3 weeks for Attaché, you've got to respect him. That was an impressive win that he put together at Churchill, and he's 7-1 on the board right now. This is a great field of 6 from a betting perspective and looking at the odds. To kick off the early pick 5 at Keeneland, it's Make-A-Wish Day, 10 race card ahead of us on this beautiful, sunny Thursday afternoon.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Flaxman Holdings, a starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. No changes in the first race. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. And again, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 8 minutes.
Here's the one horse, One Giant Leap, just up a tick, 6-5 on the board right now, looking for 3 victories in a row and looking to add to Wesley Ward's win total this fall at Keeneland Racecourse.
When I saw him in the paddock, I thought, wow, he looks amazing. And he has continued to. He's kind of a beast as far as his physique is concerned. He's a really big, muscular horse, has his neck bowed, his chin to his chest, and really makes an impressive appearance.
The number 4 horse, that is Chance, once again had the conversation in the paddock with Tom Drury Jr. and just said he kind of got in his way in those races. He reiterated that, but I think that they have found the formula for him. These one-turn sprints, letting him get into a rhythm and then kick on late. 9-1, the current odds on this runner, the number 4 horse. Like every bit of them, and going to take a swing here at a price with the Claiborne Adele Dilschneider combo horse.
Can't knock how he looks in the post-parade either. He's not quite as big and imposing a sort as the one Giant Leap, but he's very professional. He's well-mannered. He's been a little bit more composed, which is kind of good to see, because maybe One Giant Leap is feeling his oats and doing a little too much, whereas the 4 Chances just really well within himself and doing everything that he's being asked to do by Edgar Morales.
And the number 5 horse, 3-1 on the board. That's Forest City for Belmont and Joel Rosario coming right back into the starter ranks. But the change here, cutting back in distance to a sprint distance for the first time since a race at Horseshoe Indianapolis in the spring.
You know, that move from turf to dirt and the shortening up, I think, are all things that could really help him get over the hump. He broke his maiden at Turfway Park a while ago and has kind of struggled, though come close every single solitary time in allowance company, and then dropped into the starter ranks for his last couple of races. I could see him with this change-up running a big race, and he's just gleaming. A son of Munnings, who is really good looking as well. Forest City may be getting a little overlooked with the presence of the 1, but I wouldn't completely leave him out.
This is a deep group of starter allowance company. There is a lot of battle-tested horses. The least, though, is One Giant Leap, just start 4 of his career, holding strong as the favorite. Now 7-5, continues to move up as far as the odds. Race number 1 starts the card, starts the early pick 5 in less than 5 minutes here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Flaxman Holdings, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Three to load. Chance comes forward. Forest City into line. Attaché, the last one. Moves in at the post. And they're off. There's One Giant Leap. One Giant Leap comes right out for the lead. Attaché far outside, and Forest City in between that pair. But One Giant Leap is the early leader. Forest City goes second. Here's Gold Luck moving up against the rail from third to challenge for the second position. Katoth between horses fourth. Attaché is now fifth, and wide at the back onto the far turn. Chance broke last, slides over to the rail, starts to move up, looks for some more running room from there. 4 from the front, opening quarter in 22.61 seconds. Onto the far turn. One Giant Leap is the leader by just 1 length. Forest City second a length. Gold Luck is third, 3/4 of a length. Attaché is fourth up on the outside. 2 more back to Chance, 2 back of that one. Katoth, they round the far turn to the top of the stretch. One Giant Leap, a 2-length lead as they turn for home to Forest City. Gold Luck is there, but still third toward the inside. Attaché, Chance, and Katoth is last. Here's Forest City alongside of One Giant Leap, and now Attaché tries to pick them up, but running out of time because Forest City has put ahead in front, and One Giant Leap is still game, and Attaché is still far back third. One Giant Leap rallies back to the inside of Forest City. Forest City gets there by a nose on the wire over One Giant Leap.
Well, Forest City very game in the end, out finishing the number 1 horse, One Giant Leap, whose hand was forced from post position number 1. He had to go. They went, set a quick opening quarter, slowed it down in that second quarter, but they finished up quickly. But a different trip for One Giant Leap today and not able to capitalize. Instead, it's the 5 Forest City.
Talk about 2 horses exchanging blows through the entire length of the stretch and, in fact, the entire race. At the end, looked like for a minute that Forest City was going to draw right on by, but One Giant Leap does hang tough, and it is very, very close. But in the end, Forest City getting his nose down for Joel Rosario. Easy to spot those 2 big white noses, a little bit bigger on the outside.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 5, Forest City, was first. Number 1, One Giant Leap, was second. Number 6, Attaché, was third. And number 4, Chance, was fourth. 5-1-6-4 unofficial. Results are official for the first race, the Flaxman Holdings, and in the Keeneland Winner's Circle for race 1, number 5, Forest City, owned by Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, the Pantofel Stable LLC of Lynn Schleifer, owned also by Gerald Zarro, and Bill Mott is the trainer, and Joel Rosario the jockey. Forest City, a 4-year-old gelded son of Munnings out of Richwood by Congrats. The winner bred in Kentucky by Shortleaf Stable. 6 furlongs, fast main track, 1 minute 10.36. Results are official for the first 5164 official. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Hadley Willis is joined by representatives of Flaxman Holdings and the Frizzy Foundation to present the trophy of the first race, the Flaxman Holdings Frizzy Foundation to the connections of Forest City. Keeneland second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. The main track is fast. Turf firm and the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Again, no changes in the second race. Looking ahead to the third, a reminder, third race, jockey for the 1 Water Fight, Jane Elliott. That's in the third race, jockey for the 1 Water Fight, Jane Elliott. Fourth race, scratch number 3, 2 Practical. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 3, 2 Practical. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. And a reminder, the jockey for the 2 Gamblin' George, Rafael Bejarano. That's race 5. Number 2 Gamblin' George, the jockey, Rafael Bejarano.
Race number 2 begins the early pick 4, maiden $50,000 claiming event, 6 furlong sprint, the distance for these 3-year-olds and up. And there's Pass Line, the number 6 horse for Brian Williamson, Cartwright Thoroughbreds, and Nancy Veneer, bred by Nancy Veneer here in Kentucky, and showed big improvement last time out, but that wasn't an outlier. This horse had run some big races in the past, if you go back to the summer months in the first 2 starts. So perhaps just a sign of either being back on track or finding the right level. Fits with this group. 7-2 second choice in the wagering. My top selection, the 6 Pass Line.
My top selection as well, but I will say I think I liked him a little bit better prior to the first race because he comes out of the race that Chance won, and we just saw Chance, who looked great but was unable to close the gap on the top contenders in that first race. So in his own merit, though, Pass Line was sitting a little closer to the pace than he ever had in that last race. Got a little bit tired. I think if he can just settle with his feet underneath him rather than kind of run off his feet a bit, he'll be right there. Jareth Loveberry picks up the mount here for Brian Williamson, who trains for his mother-in-law. This is definitely a family affair, as even the sire, Straight Line, traces back to the Veneer family and was a hard-knocking, very talented horse. So Pass Line, top pick for me as well. Then I went to a horse, well, you picked second, I picked third, the 3 Off the Clock, who it's very interesting going turf to dirt and getting Lasix for the first time and training really well at Presque Isle.
Yeah, training on the synthetic up there, gets Lasix for the first time, back on dirt for just the second time, and there's a lot of angles to consider when off the clock, when looking at Off the Clock in and amongst this race, and he's the 7-2 lukewarm favorite, 3-1 on the morning line. I'm not sure who's going to be the favorite, honestly. I mean, I think it's, for the time being, between the 3 and the 6. But if here's a horse coming out of Saratoga, perhaps that's what's swaying so many people. And the fact that he's only 0 for 2, while so many of these other horses have had well above 2 opportunities in their career.
I think what makes this race so tough to handicap is the fact that everybody has done enough to make you think that they could win, but at the same time, nobody has really run off the charts. Off the Clock has in his corner the fact that he's coming from Saratoga, where we've seen a lot of winners come from, and obviously the competition is stiff there, so certainly a live contender. But the 1, Tamashi, on the rail at 10-1 was real intriguing. He's coming out of a maiden special weight, so it's a big class drop, albeit at Horseshoe Indianapolis, on good turf, but those turf races come up very tough at Horseshoe, and I just thought class relief, moves to the main track, has a pedigree to handle the transition, and maybe could be in that first flight of horses.
Yeah, Daredevil in Speightstown, Daredevil on top, Speightstown on bottom. That's dirt and dirt. Not saying that those bloodlines can't cross over, but he could improve. He's 10-1 on the board right now. And then finally, we go to the number 4 horse, Lundberg, who's 6-1. He won a race, but was DQ'd at Oaklawn back in April. He cleared the field that day, but he was DQ'd for the early portion of that race. Well, since then, he's not been able to replicate that. And a lot of it has to do with the start of the race. This horse has had issues with drifting in that DQ situation, braking slow, bobbling. I mean, he's explored all ways of not braking cleanly so far, but you've seen the one time where he did sort of and broke sharp and was able to go wire to wire, but then was ultimately DQ'd. There's something there with this gelding. If Bejarano can get this sorted right when they ring the bell, he's a factor.
Well, hats off to the Moquette team. They've done a beautiful job with him. He looks spectacular, really stands out in the paddock. And you can see when you look at him, he's a big horse. So maybe that's contributing to some of his quite literal growing pains as far as navigation is concerned. These are the types of horses that maybe takes a little bit more time to put it all together. But if he does, he's going to be tough. He also has some speed. And based on that first race, and it's always a little bit of a mistake to draw conclusions too early, you maybe want to be in that first tier of horses. So Lundberg very well could be. And at 5-1, that's a nice price.
The great betting race, 7-2 on the 3 now, 7-2 on the 6. Those are the 2 favorites. Then up to 5-1 on 2 others. Biggest price is the number 5 horse, Fujin, for Tim Padilla, a horse taking a drop down in class off of those runs up in Minnesota at Canterbury. Competitive race, race 2 starts the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Hagyard Maiden Claiming Event, 3-year-olds and up. $50,000 the claiming price. No changes in race 2. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double, pick 3, and start of the early pick 4. Post time in 7 minutes. Main track fast or firm.
There's a close-up look at the 6 pass line. Jareth Loveberry riding for Brian Williamson. Brian Williamson just telling me in the paddock after legging up Jareth how well this horse has been working. He said that the horse just pulled him around there in that most recent work in 47 flat. So positive signs. He likes him a lot. 4-1, a great price. I'm sold on pass line even more after talking to the trainer, Brian Williamson.
I thought he made a really nice appearance in the paddock. He was on his toes, but in a controlled manner, and he wasn't getting as warm as some of the other horses in this field. I know it is a warmer day than we've had in the past, but a couple horses were visibly sweated, and I think that can take a little toll. So some good signs from the 6 pass line.
The 4, Lundberg, he is a big, good-looking horse. There's no getting around that. He wins the beauty contest, I think. He's got some cotton in his ears, as you can see, as he flicks those about in his warm-up under Rafael Bejarano. You can see the engine that he's got, that hind end that he has. He's got a lot of power to his build.
You know, he debuted for maiden special weight and then was claimed in his very next start and came right back off a layoff and ran a really super effort. He's obviously had... as we mentioned, some steering issues and some navigational issues, but one of these days he's going to put it all together, and boy, he looks the part here. He could be a show horse if he weren't out there on the racetrack.
And then finally, we're going to touch on the 2. This is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Lewis, 6-1 on the board, coming off of a 2-month layoff, or 2 months in between races, not necessarily a layoff, but we'll see how he fares here today under Luis Saez, who will ride for the first time off of 2 runs from this son of Trap Shot up at Canterbury.
Ian Wilkes looking for his 3rd win of the meet. And Lewis is one of the horses that looked a little warm to me in the paddock, but I have to say, in watching him out on the racetrack, he seems great. He's got a keen eye, and he's very well proportioned and very well balanced. So I could see him showing a little bit of speed early coming off the layoff.
Good race coming up. 7-2 now on the 3 off the clock. There he is for Tim Ham and Blazing Meadows Farm, Sienna Farm, teaming up with this Sienna-bred runner. Race 2, less than 4 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Hagyard, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Lundberg goes into the gate. Amaris comes forward. Huntsville prepares to move into line. Smoke Wagon, last one, heading in. At the post. And they're off. There goes Smoke Wagon from the outside. Quick into stride, but has company. Lundberg is right there. And Tamashi down toward the inside. These three now come forward as Lewis moves up into fourth, just inside of Pass Line, who's fifth. Huntsville is sixth toward the far outside as they head for the far turn. Off the clock is seventh down toward the inside. Amaris is next to last. And Fujin trails as they enter the far turn. Back up front, Lundberg outside of Tamashi. That's the battle for the lead after an opening quarter in 22.13 seconds. Smoke Wagon seeks to join them, a length off the front pair, moving up closer from the far outside Pass Line than Lewis, and Lewis is now fifth down toward the inside, but still 5 lengths off the lead, looking for more running room as they come off the far turn. Lundberg to the inside has a narrow lead, quarter mile to go, and Smoke Wagon is there in second upon the outside. Pass Line is now third, but 5 lengths away as they head into the final furlong. It is Lundberg and Smoke Wagon, 1-2 separated by 3 lengths, 2 more back to Pass Line, then Huntsville, who's fourth on the outside. Final furlong, Lundberg, Rafael Bejarano in front. Huntsville is coming late, and Huntsville is coming fast, but the wire's coming as well. Lundberg and Huntsville, Lundberg and Huntsville. Huntsville rallies up to win for Tyler Gaffalione.
Well, Huntsville coming in fresh. He's been gelded since his last race. Robert Medina took the blinkers off today, shortened him up in distance, dropped him in class. A lot of changes happening here. The full horse Lundberg, he ran one of the best races that we've seen from him recently, but you can see his legs starting to slow down as he tires in the final 16th.
Yeah, and going strong in real contrast, the 8 Huntsville just cruising on by. A very patient ride from Tyler Gaffalione, considering the 3/4 mile distance and the way the track is playing. This is one of the bigger moves that we've seen from off the pace.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 8, Huntsville finished first. Number 4, Lundberg second. Number 6, Pass Line third. Number 9, Smoke Wagon fourth. 8-4-6-9 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Hagyard, the unofficial winner, number 8, Huntsville, owned by the Shortleaf Stable Incorporated of John Ed Anthony. Trained by Robert Medina, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Huntsville, a 3-year-old gelded son of violence out of Juanita by Mineshaft, bred in Kentucky by the Aaron and Marie Jones LLC. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.2 seconds. The results are official for race 2, 8-4-6-9 official. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Samuel Bowling is joined by representatives of Hagyard to present the trophy for the second race, the Hagyard, to the connections of Huntsville. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The main track is fast, the turf firm today, rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In the third race, the jockey for the 1 Water Fight will be Jane Elliott. Number 1 Water Fight, the jockey will be Jane Elliott. Fourth race, scratch number 3 2 Practical, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 3 2 Practical, also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. And in race 5, the jockey for the 2, Gamble & George, will be Rafael Bejarano. That's race 5, number 2, Gamble & George, the jockey, Rafael Bejarano.
Now 19 minutes away from race number 3, $30,000 claiming event, non-1 is a 2 lifetime, 7 furlongs, the about 7 furlongs distance here at Keeneland. Beaux-Art is who you're taking a look at right now on the screen. The number 5 horse, who's the 2-1 favorite. She's run at this level. She did so at Churchill, same distance, finished 4th that day. But for me, more than anything, is that I think that she's just really found the right group to move forward. And as the favorite right now from a 7-2 morning line, Beaux-Art, I think, fits in amongst this level of competition. And that's why I landed on this Mastery filly.
I'm right there with you. And I think also adding to her case is the fact that there isn't any speed in this race. But she can at least sit close. She's actually been on the lead on occasion. And even though I don't think she's naturally the type that needs the lead to win, I think that the fact that she could find herself there pretty easily is a real advantage. Martin Garcia can be an aggressive rider. He can get a horse into the race, and I think that could definitely make the difference here with Beaux-Art, especially finding a spot where there isn't a lot of early speed. I will say, I hate to take a short price on anybody in this race because it truly is kind of an all type of situation. And in terms of playing the pick 3, I think I would have to spread and cast a wide net.
Well, the favorite is now the 8-horse Royal Blood, both of them sitting at 5-2. This, a filly that just broke her maiden last time out at Ellis, and that was about 2.5 months ago in which she did so. That was the first time running for 30. She'd run in a maiden optional event in her second career start on turf at Gulfstream, but it's all about the level, and she just may have found the right group to keep things rolling today after breaking through with that first lifetime win. It's Tyler Gaffleone who's going to be in the saddle here in a few moments.
Yeah, he's looking for back-to-back wins. And Royal Blood also coming off a layoff. She hasn't raced since July. And Carlo Vecchiarezza with horses with this type of layoff is pretty successful. He's also very good at spotting his winners, 20% strike rate. She really fits with these. She can sit that stalking trip. It's worth noting that she broke her maiden at 6.5 furlongs, and now we step up to 7. Theoretically, that should only help her.
And then the number 2 horse, both of our third selection, we're in lockstep with our top 3 picks, 5, 8, and then 2. Minnie's ready for Kelly Von Hemel, Speitster filly coming in from Prairie Meadows. Kelly telling me that he thinks that the added distance will help this filly. He expects a solid race from this Speitster filly as she shows up here at Keeneland. She's going from 6 furlongs to 7 furlongs, and that's the added distance in which he's referring to.
She's also going from maiden special weights and allowance company to the claiming ranks for the very first time, and that can be a key move. As far as the competition, it's usually easier, and in this case, I think it will make a difference for her. She actually found the lead going 5 furlongs, so as I mentioned, without a lot of early speed in this race, she could take advantage here with Alex Quinones.
16 minutes to post. Race number 3 starts another double, another pick 3 here in the third at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Gainesway. Claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $30,000 claiming price. Beard course distance about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering here. A reminder, the jockey for the 1 water fight is Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott rides number 1 water fight. Post time at just 6 minutes. Fast track firm turf this afternoon.
Just about 4 minutes to post for the third race. This conditioned claimer is a little bit of a head scratcher, but in terms of looks, the 2, Minnie's Ready, really caught my eye. She was very sharp and on the muscle, and if her body language is any indication, she may show the same speed that brought her maiden victory. Ships in from Prairie Meadows in Iowa and drops in class for the very first time and for a claiming price. I thought she looked super, and 10-1. It might be a little too high, especially in a race where I think you can make a case for every single horse in this field. This would be an all race for me to kick off the pick 3. This 5 horse comes in also looking exceptional. 5-2 currently your choice on the board with Martine Garcia, third start off the layoff. She just had a nice, easy way about her, a nice walk, easy breezy in the paddock, and she's warming up very professionally, kind of a stroll in the park or a nice, pleasant ride out on the racetrack. She also has the running lines to indicate that she could be close to the pace, and comes off a couple of tough races as far as trip was concerned. Third start off the layoff could be the best for her as far as fitness and conditioning are concerned. And again, not a lot of early speed in this race. The 6, Miss Tappy Tune for Chris Hartman, made a nice appearance. She makes her first start since April at Keeneland. Did not fare very well against much tougher company, but this is a filly who's shown she can run well fresh, as she broke her maiden at first asking at the fairgrounds. She's probably going to be doing her best running late, but she's got Corey Lannery, who is sitting on a milestone. Just one mount today, and this one could get him to the 5,000 club with 5,000 career victories. He sits at 4,999. 2-1 favorite currently, the 8, Royal Blood, another who was very much on his toes. Tyler Gaffalione looking for another win today. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Gainesway. Moving into line for Keeneland's third race. Jackie's Love moves into line. Here's Lots and Lots of Gold moving in. Royal Laughter comes forward. Royal Blood, the last one. At the post. They're off. There's Royal Blood up on the far outside. Minnie's Ready has speed. Jackie's Love is between that pair. Water Fight kicks in down toward the inside. Here's Water Fight now moving up to challenge Minnie's Ready and Jackie's Love, and then Royal Blood, who's fourth, up on the far outside. Beaux Arts is away running in the fifth position, a couple lanes off the rail as they head over toward the far turn and work their way up the back stretch. Lots and Lots of Gold is now moving up the inside into the sixth position, followed by Royal Laughter, and Miss Tappy Tone is last of the group. Opening quarter went in 23.22 seconds. Onto the far turn. Water Fight up the inside has the lead 3/4 of a length. Jackie's Love up on the far outside is there to contest the lead now. It starts to move forward. Minnie's Ready is still there, but third in between that pair. And there's Royal Blood far outside and fourth, moving up within 3 lengths of the lead as they round the far turn. Back up front, though, Water Fight the leader. Jackie's Love, Royal Blood to the far outside. Minnie's Ready is in the fourth position. Miss Tappy Tone goes to fifth. She's angling toward the center of the track, but still 5 lengths off the lead. Water Fight, Jackie's Love, Royal Blood, Miss Tappy Tone on the far outside. It is Jackie's Love to a narrow lead. Jackie's Love at the 8th pole. Miss Tappy Tone is second, a length away. It is Jackie's Love. It is Miss Tappy Tone, 1, 2, respectively, past the 16th pole. Jackie's Love with the lead. Miss Tappy Tone, a final run at her. Jackie's Love, Miss Tappy Tone, Jackie's Love by a neck over Miss Tappy Tone in second. Royal Laughter was up in time for third, and then Royal Blood was fourth.
The second longest shot in the field at odds of 23-1, Jackie's Love, the daughter of Jack Milton, a Keeneland November sale grad, for just $2,500, springing this upset in a race worth $47,000.
Boy, for a moment, it looked like Miss Tappy Tone was going to get there, but Jackie's Love digs in down on the inside. A nice middle move to take over lead pays off here in boxcar prices.
Objection sign has been posted on the infield board at Keeneland. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of the unofficial runner-up, number 6, Miss Tappy Tone, against the unofficial winner, number 7, Jackie's Love, alleging interference in the stretch. Claim of foul pending concerning the top 2 and the unofficial result. On the monitors and video boards now, the split screen, the program view to the left, the head-on to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. 7-6-4-8 is the unofficial result. No change. No change in the result. 7-6-4-8. That result will stand. Results are official for Keeneland's third race, 7-6-4-8. The official results into the winner's circle for the third event. Number 7, Jackie's Love, owned and trained by James Butcher. Isaias Ayala is the winning jockey. Jackie's Love, a 4-year-old filly by Jack Milton, out of Where There's Love by Aldebron, bred in Kentucky by Betty Thomas. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 29.84 seconds. In the winner's circle, in conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Brooklyn Young is joined by representatives of Gainesway to present the trophy for the third race. The Gainesway to the connections of Jackie's Love. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, doubled and pick 3 wagering featured. The main track is fast, the turf firm, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. In the fourth race, scratch number 3, Too Practical, also scratch 13 through 16. Again, scratch number 3, Too Practical, also scratch 13, 14, 15, and 16. Race 5, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey for number 2, Gamblin' George. That'll be Rafael Bejarano. 2, Gamblin' George. Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Sixth race, a number of jockey changes in that sixth event. Number 2, Stone Vicious. The jockey, Alex Ashard. Alex Ashard rides the 2, Stone Vicious. Number 3, Treaty, James Graham. James Graham rides number 3, Treaty. And the jockey for the 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton. Number 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton, the jockey.
Now just 14 minutes to post, so moving quick through this process with that objection that occurred in race number 3. 14 minutes before race 4, Promise Me an Empire, the number 1 horse, the 3-1 favorite right now, coming out of those maiden special weight events at Ellis and Churchill and into this auction restricted race. We've seen this now for consecutive days. This is a race restricted for horses that sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. This was a $30,000 purchase in March of this year in Florida, and this has to be considered a move down in class. And she has run well twice in 2 previous starts.
I'm going to go to first-time starter. I don't think anyone who has run previously necessarily stands out. So first-time starter, the 11, Anna Maria, is a daughter of preservationist who actually has a pretty good record with first-time starters. Out of McLean's Music Mare, went through a sale for $10,000, but is training very sharply. Nice best of the morning work at Ellis Park in late September out of the starting gate tells me that we might see some speed from the 11, Anna Maria. Ricardo Santana, junior aboard for Johnny Ortiz, has been a very good combination, and Ortiz wins 14% with his first-time starters. He's also especially adept with 2-year-olds. So I'm eager to see more from this one. I like so far what I'm seeing from the filly. She's very leggy, very lanky, and she's been well behaved throughout the entire process. She also has good muscle definition, indicating she's pretty fit.
Mixer, the 10, another first-time starter. We both have this filly in our top 3. Second choice for me, third choice for you. $50,000 on the nose is what they bought her for, so she just gets in as far as the auction-restricted situation she finds herself in. We're talking about the 10 Mixer for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Wayne Catalano. Wayne's been working his horses fast for these debut runners that he's had here at Keeneland, and even Manny Waugh going back to the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix, and she's following that same pattern and currently sitting at 6-1 on the board.
I like the fact that Mixer is coming out of, or is training here at Keeneland, rather, so she gets to race over the track that she trains over. She's a half-sister to Ninja Warrior, as well as the stakes winner Best of Me, and at least one win first-time out type. I went to the 8. My Side Hustle is my second choice at 4-1. My Side Hustle close to be second on debut, and one of the horses that has did come back to win pretty quickly, the third-place finisher. There are some others who've run well since that race as well. I thought she was a little unlucky. That was the 5, Chiquita Reina, who was acting up a bit in the paddock. So we'll see how she handles everything going forward. She is saddled and just kind of surprised herself, I think, which can happen with these young horses. Got that new surroundings, a little different level of excitement with the runners. But that in the paddock will certainly take a look at the 5 and make sure nothing's amiss, and the connections will as well.
All right, they are moving through this process as she's still in that same spot, the 5, Chiquita Reina, and race number 4. 7 furlong is the distance for these 2-year-olds. 11 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 4th race, scratch number 5, Chiquita Reina. Late scratch in Keeneland's 4th race, scratch number 5, Chiquita Reina. Injured in the paddock, scratched by the veterinarian. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the Airdrie Stud. Maiden auction race, 2-year-old fillies sold or were reserved not attained for $50,000 or less in their most recent auction. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Too Practical. Scratch number 5, Chiquita Reina. Also scratch the 13, 14, 15, and 16, the also eligibles scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering here. Again, the main track is fast today, and the turf is listed firm. Post time in 5 minutes.
Going front side to a couple of the first-time starters warming up, and Daughters of Vino Rosso, that Breeders' Cup Classic winner and older male champion son of Curlin Mixer. First crop for Vino Rosso, and she's out there carrying the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partner Silks that had such a good opening weekend, sweeping the 2 grade 1s for 2-year-olds last week here at Keeneland.
She is clocking everything. I just saw jockey Jareth Loveberry kind of make a motion, and to me it seemed like if you watch her ears, she's like taking in everything. And that's to be expected with a first-time starter. I actually like that a horse would be looking around at everything, taking it all in, and at the same time not acting up or misbehaving. She kind of has an attitude about her. She was a little wide-eyed in the paddock, but I like that she's gone about her business regardless.
$50,000 Keeneland September sale grad Mixer, as is the 9 Vino from Ernie's, that other daughter of Vino Rosso, the champion older male son of Curlin. Ben Corbrook telling me just looking for a good race from her. Obviously, everybody is when they're entering a horse in a race anywhere, but he said maybe further on down the line for this filly, a further distance race might be an optimal distance for her.
Well, if you consider the pedigree, she's by Vino Rosso, a son of Curlin, out of an unbridled song mare, so certainly longer distance would be within her wheelhouse, theoretically. Ben is 6% with his first-time starters. He can win if he has the right type of horse, but I do think that this is sort of a wait and see. I will say also that she was very, very keyed up. Now, she seems like she's relaxed a little bit since she got out on the racetrack, but in the paddock, her eyes were big as saucers, and I would have liked to have seen her just a tad bit more settled. I'm also wondering if she's going to show a little bit of speed because she just seems to be that high-energy type of horse.
Favorite continues to be the one that's Promised Me an Empire for Robertino Diodoro. Christian Torres draws post 1. We'll see if she can get away from there and get herself a good spot down the backstretch at the about 7 furlong distance. It's race number 4, 2 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Airdrie Stud. Moving into line for the fourth race. Baytown Kitty Cat into line. Mixer coming forward. Accommodate Eva, and then Pray for Champagne to load. Pray for Champagne moves into line at the post. They're off. Accommodate Eva, Anna Maria, both right there in the opening strides. Baytown Kitty Cat down to the inside, fully entitled, moves up as they head onto the main track. And Promise Me an Empire now moves up against the rail. Accommodate Eva has the lead, though, and she leads it by 3/4 of a length. Promise Me an Empire moves up to the inside. Anna Maria there to the outside in third, fully entitled, drops back from that lead battle back into the fourth position. A gap of 2 to Mixer in fifth, just outside of Pray for Champagne, who's in sixth. Baytown Kitty Cat now drops back into the seventh position. My Side Hustle is eighth. Vino from Ernie's a wide ninth. Pam Pam last of the 10, opening quarter, 22.92 seconds. Onto the far turn. Accommodate Eva against the rail now leads it by a length. Anna Maria goes second, 3/4 of a length. Promise Me an Empire is third a length, and then Mixer is fourth up on the outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 5 more lengths as they round the far turn. Back to Vino from Ernie's outside of Foley Entitled. They both have a lot of work to do from there. Quarter mile to go. They turn for home. Accommodate Eva is the leader. Promise Me an Empire now tries to find an opening between horses. Mixer swings up on the outside. Promise Me an Empire and Mixer coming after Accommodate Eva. Eighth of a mile to go. Mixer now moves up. Challenges Accommodate Eva. Promise Me an Empire changed lanes. Went toward the rail, still third. Accommodate Eva the leader. Mixer in second. Promise Me an Empire third. Accommodate Eva. Luis Saez aboard to take the win. Mixer second. Promise Me an Empire was home in third position. My Side Hustle was fourth.
Accommodate Eva, nobody was able to get to her. They were trying, and those two trying back behind her, the number 10 horse Mixer and the favorite, the number 1 horse Promise Me an Empire, who had to move quite a bit over the course of her journey, goes to the inside, but she can't make up any ground. Mixer's getting in a little bit, but not gaining any ground. Instead, it's the $25,000 Keeneland September sale grad Accommodate Eva springing the victory.
Louisiana-bred daughter of Munnings went right to the front, and despite a pretty fast opening quarter, just keeps on going here at the 7 furlongs to get the win under Luis Saez for Valine Farms. Dallas Stewart, and some nice prices for the exacta, 7, 10, 1, 8.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 7, Accommodate Eva first. Number 10, Mixer was second. Number 1, Promise Me an Empire third. Number 8, My Side Hustle fourth. 7, 10, 1, 8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Airdrie Stud, the unofficial winner, number 7, Accommodate Eva, owned by Valine Farms of Murray Valine, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Luis Saez. Accommodate Eva, 2-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Accommodate by Pleasantly Perfect, bred in Louisiana by Brad King and Todd Fincher. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.18 seconds. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Rhett Robertson is joined by representatives of Airdrie Stud to present the trophy for the fourth race, the Airdrie Stud, to the connections of Accommodate Eva. Fourth race results official 7-10-1-8. The official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 with that $27,770 carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In the fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. And a reminder, the jockey for the 2, Gamblin' George, Rafael Bejarano. Number 2, Gamblin' George, the jockey, Rafael Bejarano. Sixth race, the jockey for the 2, Stone Vicious, Alex Achard. Again, the jockey for the 2, Stone Vicious, will be Alex Achard. Also in the sixth race, the jockey for number 3, Treaty, will be James Graham. James Graham rides number 3, Treaty. And the jockey for the 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton. 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton to ride. Seventh race, scratch number 1, Time Muse. Scratch the 9, Omex. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 1, Time Muse. Scratch the 9, Omex. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Eighth race. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine. And scratch number 9, Philly Crystal. That's in the eighth race. Scratch number 6, Moment to Shine. And scratch number 9, Philly Crystal. Ninth race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali. Scratch the 15, American Diamond. And scratch the 16, El Ahijado. That's in the ninth race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch number 14, Kigali. Number 15, American Diamond. And number 16, El Ahijado. Please note, number 13 will run. 13, La Griffon, draws into the race. And one other note in that ninth race, the 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, number 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. 10th and final race has no changes.
Race number 5 starts the pick 6, $27,770 carryover from yesterday. Also the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9. Yeah, great wagering opportunities ahead on this gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Zevarev is the number 10 horse, 2-1 favorite right now. This is a runner for Cherie DeVoe, a colt by Oscar Performance, who ran a bang-up sixth place finish, I should say, beating only 2 3/4 lengths to a gate road. Found some trouble that day, was placed 5th by disqualification, moving up. Nothing that he did, just the trouble that was thrown at him. So a slow pace that day. We'll see what he gets. I would imagine the pace is going to be a couple of seconds quicker at the very minimum for Zevarev to have set up out in front of him.
Nice horse that won that race in Agate Road. And boy, he's a lovely-looking individual, has a lot of size, and looks like he could cover a lot of ground, but he comes back off that 1 1/16, so you know he's going to be fit toward the end of this 1 mile test here. I understand why the bettors are responding to him, but my top choice is the 7, Radio Liberty, who is 7-2, getting some support. Tyler Gaffleone going for another win. Brad Cox sending out the son of Audible for his turf debut. He's out of a distorted humor mare, and I think the pedigree will lend itself nicely to the grass. In fact, they hope to run him first time out on the grass. That race rained off onto a muddy track, and he ran kind of evenly that day. But I think now with that under his belt, he'll move forward. Second-time starters for Brad Cox, 29% success rate. And with the pedigree and the look, not to mention Tyler Gaffleone getting the assignment, Radio Liberty looks well spotted.
We go to the 9 next. Both of our second choices, Thomas Aquinas. Thank you. Kurt, help me out with that, and I already messed it up. It didn't take long. Thomas Aquinas, son of Catholic boy.
Misspent youth.
He comes into this race off of 2 consecutive second-place finishes after sprinting on debut. Distance, turf, it's all there for him to capitalize on here today, and he's 5-1.
Barn has been doing very well. They've had 2 wins thus far at the meet, and both at big prices. This one getting some play, 5-1 currently, improving with each start. Second beaten a neck on the main track, and I think he likes the turf. He was beaten just a nose at Kentucky Downs. Showed some speed that day, which was necessary the way that course was playing, but I don't think he has to be on the lead. He may find himself there, though, just naturally, as he's fairly quick, but that was a big step forward for him, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it continuing. I went to the 3 Gould's Gold to round out my top 3. Here's another first-time turfer by Golden Sense out of a Bernardini mare. Kenny McPeak is 11% first-time turf. And I thought for a sprint first time out at high odds, he actually ran a respectable race. Made up some ground at the end. He didn't get away from the gate all that quickly. Should be a totally different situation today as he stretches out on the grass.
And I lastly went to the number 4 horse mandatory meeting for Novogratz Racing, and Jordan Blair ran into Can Group on debut at Kentucky Downs. Can Group would come out of that win and pick up a victory in the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, cementing himself a spot in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. So you got to respect those live races that so many of these horses are coming out of. So a good race coming up. Zevarev, the favorite at odds of 2-1, but I'll take the 4 at 12-1 if he can live up to the expectations that I think are valid on this horse from my perspective after running well behind Can Group, the Bourbon Stakes winner, Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes winner. 12 minutes to post, race number 5, start of the pick 6 with a $27,000 carryover, and part of the first leg. It is the first leg of that always popular $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9 for the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Coolmore maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 1 mile over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet. Inner rail is moved out 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that carryover $27,770. And the Keeneland turf pick 3 begins here, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. And a reminder, the jockey for the 2, Gamble and George, Rafael Bejarano. Rafael Bejarano rides the 2, Gamble and George. A firm turf, a fast track for this pick 6, and post time in less than 5 minutes.
Horses warming up for race number 5, start of the pick 6, and we are looking at Freddie Mac, PH Freddie Mac for Bloom Racing and CJ Thoroughbreds. Currently 15-1 on the board right now, moves over to the grass for the first time. He's by Hard Spun out of a stakes-winning first stand, was by Street Cry, and also this colt's a half-brother to a turf winner, so you can see the option to move onto the grass course may work out if you're looking to play pedigrees here in race number 5 to start this pick 6.
And he really caught my attention. He's a lankier type of horse. He looks very turfy and has been warming up very nicely. It just has a nice, very pleasant way about him, a good long stride. Not the biggest horse in the world, but he covers a lot of ground in the warm-up. He also was minding his manners in the paddock and really had a nice way about him. So right now offering good value as far as the odds are concerned. Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario teaming up here. I thought everything about him indicated he could run a nice race in here.
The number 7 horse, Radio Liberty, he's 7-2, the second choice. Pretty clear second choice in comparison to the others in here, outside of the 9, who's not far off. But Radio Liberty, also a half-brother to a couple of turf winners. So on the dam side, which is always something you have to consider when it comes to pedigree, their production with runners and how they perform as much as anything. So the family can take to turf.
The way I describe him is eager. In the paddock, he seemed eager to get out to the racetrack, and on the racetrack, he seemed eager to get on with it. He has a real streamlined look, has warmed up great, away from the pony. Tyler Gaffleone took him away pretty quickly and gave him a very nice warm-up. And now he just looks the picture, has a real nice frame. Radio Liberty, another one who I think is going to enjoy the turf. Connections tried to get him on the turf first time out. The race was rained off, but I think he'll improve quite a bit. He's getting that big warm-up. The same was true of the 9, Thomas Aquinas, who is that improving horse and getting some play on the board. A big warm-up from him away from the pony.
And then Zverev, the number 10 horse, Sharito, saying she thought that maybe he'd be a little bit quicker in that race because he showed more quickness in his races. So we'll see how he fares after dropping so far out of it on debut, a 10th of 10th throughout most of that race. So expectations are that he can step forward. She has said, or said to me as well, that he's move forward in his training. And speaking of pedigrees, we talked about Oscar performance. His mother was very good, balanced that stakes winner. So race number 5 coming up right now. It is post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Coolmore Maiden Special. Start of the pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Agape Moo and Mendel's Fly move into line. Here's Freddie Mac coming forward. Thunderball, last to load. Moves in. Approaches the gate. Just about ready. Thunderball into line at the post. They're off. There's St. Armand's Key from the inside. Thomas Aquinas out in the center of the course. These two come forward in the opening stride. St. Armand's Key has the lead. Thomas Aquinas will go in second. Mandatory meeting between horses down toward the inside in third. As they enter the first turn, Gamblin' George is going to be fourth against the rail. Awkward move there for Agape Moo, who went way wide into the first turn, out to the perimeter of the turn, and Zverev got affected in that exchange and lost a few lengths as they head onto the backstretch now and straighten course and work their way up the back stretch. Back up front, St. Armand's Key is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Thomas Aquinas is second by just a length. Gamblin' George is third by a neck. Mandatory meeting fourth on the outside. Elm Street is fifth behind that one toward the outside and is followed by Gould's Gold, who's sixth toward the rail. Freddie Mac seventh. Radio Liberty is in the 8th position as they head for the far turn. And then further back, Mendel's Fly is in the 9th position and is followed closely by Thunderball at the rail and then Zverev. First half mile, 48.72 after a 23.68 opening quarter. Back up front, it is St. Armand's Key leading Thomas Aquinas, 3/4 of a length. Separate the top two around the turn. Mandatory meeting, angles toward the far outside in third. Gamblin' George looks toward the inside from fourth. At a gap of 5 more lengths. Back to Gould's Gold and Elm Street. Here's Thomas Aquinas. right alongside of St. Armand's Key. St. Armand's Key is still there, though, and Thomas Aquinas is there right alongside. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Mandatory Meeting. And then Gamblin' George. Back up front, St. Armand's Key and Thomas Aquinas continue their battle for the lead, their battle for the win. Thomas Aquinas wins it, a half length on the line. St. Armand's Key was second.
Well, it's the 3-1 second choice, Thomas Aquinas. After the horse to his inside the one, he kind of got a little bit squirrely there and maybe even made contact with the rail and was tough to keep straight under Luis Saez. That may have cost him in the end, but the 9 was able to stay straight and strong and pull off the win.
A lot of greenness in this race, a lot for trip note handicappers to take in, but Thomas Aquinas was all business, very professional, prominently placed by Brian Hernandez Jr., and what a meet Ian Wilkes is having. Thomas Aquinas, much the best here.
Inquiry sign is posted at Keeneland on the infield board. There is a steward's inquiry into the 5th race concerning the incident in the first turn involving the 5 and the 10. Inquiry pending concerning the incident of the first turn shortly after the start involving the 5 Agape Mu and the 10 Zverev. Hold all tickets. Unofficial result number 9, Thomas Aquinas finished first. Number 1, St. Armand's Key finished second. The 2, Gamblin' George third, and the 4, Mandatory Meeting fourth. 9-1-2-4. Split screen program feed and the head-on view of the steward's inquiry again after the start. First turn focusing on the 5 and the 10. Hold all tickets. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Coolmore Maiden Special unofficial winner, number 9, Thomas Aquinas, owned by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC of Janice Whittam, trained by Ian Wilkes, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Thomas Aquinas, 2-year-old son of Catholic boy out of Sunny Cove by Street Cry, bred in Kentucky by Whittam Thoroughbreds LLC. 1 minute 36.78 seconds for 1 mile over the firm turf. 9124, the unofficial result. Inquiry pending. More in a moment concerning the 5 and the 10. Stewards have completed their inquiry. No action taken. No action taken. Race 5, results official. 9124, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Kinsley Mills is joined by representatives of Coolmore to present the trophy for the 5th race, the Coolmore, to the connections of Thomas Aquinas. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. 6th race is coming up. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 5. Fast track firm turf rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Several jockey changes in this 6th race. A reminder, the jockey for the 2 Stone Vicious, Alex Ashard. Alex Ashard rides the 2. Number 3, Treaty, the jockey James Graham. James Graham rides number 3. And the jockey for the 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton. Gavin Ashton, the jockey for the 8, Carmichael. 7th race, scratch number 1, Time Muse. Scratch the 9, Omex. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 7th race. Scratch the 1, Time Muse. Scratch the 9, Omex. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 8th race. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine. Scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. That's the 8th race. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine. Scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. 9th race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali. Scratch the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. That's the 9th race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. Please note number 13 draws into the race. 13, La Griffon, will run. One other note about the 9th race, a reminder, the 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. 11, Blame the Good Times, contrary to the program, is a gelding. 10th race has no changes.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5 today at Keeneland Racecourse. This 6th event, a $40,000 claimer for 3 and up, which have not won 3 races or 3-year-olds. 7 furlongs is going to be the distance. Good Heart opens as the clear favorite, 7-5 right now for Brendan Walsh. I think folks just looking at those 2 last dirt races and how impressive they were, wire-to-wire wins, one for 50, one in the starter allowance company. Tried turf twice thereafter, but back on dirt just seems like a completely different horse. And even the race at Ellis going 5.5 was not bad either as the beaten favorite that day. So a combination of things, but especially getting back on dirt for Good Heart is intriguing a lot of folks here in the win pools.
You know, he's very fast, but I have to admit, I was deterred by his last couple on the turf. I just felt that he could have shown a little bit more. He obviously didn't care for it, and has not run well on the turf since he broke his maiden at Kentucky Downs. And that's the one thing that gave me pause. Now, he is a gelding, and he does have wicked speed. I mean, he is fast on the front end. But there are other horses in here that have some speed, too. So I went a little different direction. I went to the 8, Carmichael. Gavin Ashton is picking up the mount here for Juan Cano, who has 2 runners. He also has the 6. Both horses are off the claim. He's a very sharp claiming trainer, 19% success rate off the claim. And Carmichael can be close, but doesn't have to be on the lead, and I think that's going to be important. He's also performed really well at this track in the past, and though he is moving up in class, to me, that's a sign of confidence on Juan Cano's part that he likes what he sees from this claim. It's also been a popular horse in the claim box, which usually indicates some real competitiveness. He and his stablemate are horses that I like quite a bit in here.
The number 7 horse, 5-1 on the board, Indulge for Brett Calhoun. Comes off of 2 months between races. Last time we saw him was at Del Mar in mid-August when he was still with Richard Mandela. He spent some time in the Midwest here as well with trainer Brad Cox just for the first start of his career, and then went west, part of that Ship and Win program. But Indulge coming here, cutting back in distance, and he's run against some good horses. Durante and Mr. T's Thursday in that Los Alamitos race in between the meets in Southern California between Santa Anita and then the move down to Del Mar. So I think you've got to respect him as he shows up for $40,000 today for his Keeneland debut.
I definitely think he could be in the mix. As I mentioned, the 6, Rungius, is another that I think could be in the mix here for Juan Cano. Racing off the claim and looking for his 3rd consecutive win. He's a horse that's going to come from a little off the pace, but the 7 furlongs probably works to his advantage. He ran really well at a mile at Churchill. The 1-turn mile suited him, and he actually ran admirably around 2 turns going the mile at Ellis Park. So of all the horses in here, he has a fast work and that are a bit of a price. I thought the 6, Rungius at 5-1, was very playable. And then I thought that the 1, Money Run, rounding out my trifecta, was real logical. He's got speed on the inside. I do think he's got company, but he's not one-dimensional. His last 2 races were both very good at Ellis Park as well as Beltira. He's very effective at the 7 furlongs, likes to be able to relax on the front end in those early stages of the race. I don't know how much you're going to get to relax this time, but he looks awful sharp.
Race number 6, saddled up, 11 minutes to post. Reminder, this starts the late pick 5 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Klein Racing, claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, $40,000 the price. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. A reminder about the jockey changes. Number 2, Stone Vicious, the jockey Alex Ashard. Alex Ashard rides the 2. On number 3, Treaty, James Graham. James Graham rides number 3. And on number 8, Carmichael, Gavin Ashton. Gavin Ashton rides number 8. Fast track, firm turf today. Post time 5 minutes.
There's a look at the one-horse Money Run, son of the champion sprinter Run Happy, a Keeneland graduate. This colt from the 2021 September sale. Getting steady action. He's 7-2 right now, and that makes him the second choice right now in the wagering.
Look at how sharp he looks. This is how he looked in the paddock as well. He is the epitome of a horse on his toes. I love the alertness. I love the eagerness. I love the energy level. Just a lot to like about Money Run. He has speed on the inside, and with a good break, going to be very tough.
Let's go to the number 7 horse. That is Indulge. Brett Calhoun saying they're expecting a stock and pound strip. He had a long conversation preparing for this horse coming to his care with the previous trainer, Richard Mandela. So he looks like a pretty straightforward runner where Ray Gutierrez is going to have to settle for position off the pace and try to run him down here coming in from Southern California.
Well, he started his career here in the Midwest and actually finished second before going to Mandela's barn, broke his maiden at first asking at Mandela's barn at 5.5 furlongs. So you know he has some speed, though he hasn't been showing it of late. That might be to the better. He looks terrific. I love the warm-up here. Nice extended gallop for Ray Gutierrez, who has been one of the go-to riders for Brett Calhoun. So Indulge looks awfully good off the layoff.
And the 8, 14-1, Carmichael. This horse, your top selection, and still getting that good price for the son of First Defense.
Again, Gavin Ashton picking up the mount here. I like both Juan Cano's horses. I think they fit with these. And the fact that Carmichael has enough speed to stay in contention but doesn't have to be on the lead to win, I think is a real asset. He hasn't had success at 7 furlongs, but I think it's been more circumstantial than anything.
Nice pick 5 pull with 2 minutes to post, over $226,000. Get involved.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 6, the Klein Racing. Mumayaz moves in. Carmichael awaits. Carmichael, the last one, in the line at the post. They're off. Carmichael breaks alertly, comes right out for the early lead. And here's Money Run and Stone Vicious down toward the inside. Good Heart moves up from in between horses to press the issue as well. Money Run comes up the rail. Good Heart between horses. Carmichael is there up on the far outside. And then Stone Vicious in the 4th position. Mumayaz runs along in 5th here in the early going. Indulge is back in the 6th spot. It is followed closely there by Rungus, who slides over to the rail in 7th, moves up 1 position, still 9 lengths from the lead, and a gap of nearly a dozen more. Back to Treaty, who's the distant trailer. 22.06 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Money Run is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Good Heart is second by a 6-length margin. Carmichael losing ground. Mumayaz moves by that one into 3rd. Stone Vicious now swings off the rail and starts to move up to challenge for 4th, but still nearly 10 from the front. Just over a quarter mile to go. Money Run is the leader. Money Run by 3 lengths off the far turn. Mumayaz takes to the outside to challenge Good Heart for 2nd, and now moves by that one. And now let's see from there if Mumayaz can move up and challenge Money Run, and indeed does, and is right alongside and takes a narrow lead. Then there's a gap of 6 more lengths back to Stone Vicious. But coming to the 16th pole, Money Run has dropped back, and Mumayaz has come forward. Stone Vicious is running late with Rungus. Rungus, Stone Vicious, Rungus, Stone Vicious, Rungus, Stone Vicious. And it is Stone Vicious from the outside getting up in the final strides for Alex Achard.
Well, he had a tired competitor out in front of him to run down. That was the 4-horse Mumayaz, who made that big move around the turn. At this point in time, looked like he was clear for that victory after jumping out in front by at least a length on the one down to his inside. But the two just kept on coming. Stone Vicious, the gray son of Connect.
Boy, a big move from Rungus on the inside. It looked like it was going to be close. And then that last little burst, Stone Vicious getting the victory there with Alex Achard in the pickup ride.
2 and very close between the 6 and 4 for the second money. And it looks like the 6 on the far side, but they'll have to take a look at the photo.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race in the photo: number 2, Stone Vicious, was first. Number 6, Rungus, was second. Number 4, Mumayaz, was third. And number 1, Money Run, was fourth. 2-6-4-1, unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Klein Racing, the unofficial winner, number 2, Stone Vicious, owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster, owned also by Douglas Miller, William Horgel, Eckrich Racing LLC of Rebecca Eckrich, trained by Eric Foster, the jockey Alex Ashard. Stone Vicious, a 4-year-old gelded son of Connect out of Diva Style by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by JSM Equine LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.87 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 2-6-4-1, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Ignacio Rowe is joined by representatives of Klein Racing and the Klein Family Foundation to present the trophy for the 6th race, the Klein Racing Klein Family Foundation, to the connections of Stone Vicious. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. In honor of the late John Greeley, who helped to establish Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland 16 years ago, we would like to welcome John's sister Shannon and nephew Jack to present the award to this year's recipient, Godolphin. Godolphin has supported Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland since the beginning, donating more than $100,000 and granting the wishes of 16 kids. Thank you, Godolphin, for all you do. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Turf is firm. rail at 30 feet today. Scratch number 1, Time Muse. Also scratch the 9, Omex. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 1, Time Muse. Scratch the 9, Omex. And scratch 13 through 16. 8th race, scratch the 6, Moment to Shine. And scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 6, Moment to Shine. And scratch number 9, Philly Crystal. 9th race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. That's the 9th race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. Please note number 13 draws into the race. 13, La Griffon, will run. And a final note about the 9th race. The 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. No changes in race 10.
Race 7 begins the late pick 4, and we begin with a 2-year-old maiden race, maiden special weight worth $100,000. They'll be competing on the firm-listed turf course with the rail set at 30 feet on the turf here this afternoon. And the favorite is the number 12 horse, who we'll get to in a moment, Tireless, for Todd Pletcher, the St. Elias stable, Rapoli stable, and Ellen J. Foxwoods. But Edgartown, the number 4 horse, he's down to 6-1 right now, and I'm not surprised, because on debut at Kentucky Downs back during Labor Day weekend on the 2nd of September, he ended up finishing second after having the lead for a bit, and was second to Can Group, who would go on to win the Grade 2 Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes on opening weekend here at Keeneland. So you got to respect the company he's kept, the form that he put together in that company as well, and he's a son of Quality Road. So the longer distance these races become, certainly adds another layer of positivity when looking at a horse like Edgartown.
I like Edgartown. He sure looks good. The 12 Tireless was my top pick, but I'm a little surprised he's 6-5. That's a bit short in this field. There are quite a few that are promising, but Tireless, actually the 10, sorry, he was my second choice, Tireless. The 10, Mill Street, offers a little better price, has a lot of upside at 12-1 because he didn't fare as well in his debut. 4th place finish, but I thought had some excuses. He didn't get away from the gate very well, ended up closing nicely. He was kind of forced to play catch-up throughout. But if he improves as far as the early part of the race is concerned second time, and I think he can, then he's going to be a factor. He's got a beautiful pedigree, and Mike Stidham's horses tend to improve with experience, has a nice way about him in the paddock right now. And I like that Joel Rosario gets the call.
And Tireless, let's go to him, the 12, the 6-5 favorite. He's a son of Not This Time. He's a Keeneland graduate that was sold for $875,000 at last year's September sale. And he was second to First World War, another horse that had a big performance in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
Yeah, that was a big race for First World War. And the second place finished Tireless, no excuse. The question is, did he run that well because he really liked Kentucky Downs where others didn't, or is he just that talented? And it's a big question with the 6-5 favorite especially. I also think the outside post position could be a little bit of a detriment, though he was kind enough in terms of rating last time and seemed as if he could be placed wherever he needed to be. Luis Saez takes over here for Todd Pletcher, a good combination, and Pletcher on quite a roll this meet.
And then Frontline Warrior, the number 3 horse, getting plenty of attention. He's 3-1 on the tote board right now in the win pools. Another Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2022. And another well-bred 2-year-old in here. He's by Warfront from the first name Shamrock Rose, who was a Breeders' Cup winner. She won the Filly and Mare Sprint in 2018 at Churchill Downs. This colt did put together 2 strong performances, and I would argue that his race at Saratoga might have been a hair better, which lends itself to the racing that we'll see here at Keeneland.
Yeah, I really think he's probably been the most consistent of any horse that's had the opportunity to run a few times. That debut, I agree with you, was better at Saratoga, maybe just a little bit. At Kentucky Downs, he didn't get out of the gate. He kind of was bumped around in the early stages of the race, I should say, and that cost him quite a bit, but he closed very willingly on a course that didn't favor that type of style. I feel like he is kind of interesting in terms of talent, but I wonder where he's going to sit, if he's going to be way back or whether he's going to be able to be a little bit more tactical, which will be interesting at the 1 mile distance. This will probably be the shortest that he's run to date. He gets a really good pilot in Flavian Pratt.
Good-looking group of 2-year-olds. They'll be going a mile on the turf course. Turf Firm Race 7 starts the late pick 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Lane's End. Maiden special weight 2-year-olds 1 mile over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet today. Scratch the 1-time Muse, also scratch number 9 Omex, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 1 mile over the firm turf, double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. Post time at 5 minutes.
There's a look at Edgartown, 6-1, holding up at that price as we approach post time for race number 7, coming out of that live race again, and part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland. Always a positive side note to these horses when they're doing well and catch the Clocker's eye here at Keeneland in their morning works.
For sure, and the fact that he gets to train right here at Keeneland is a big plus as well. I had a hard time as far as looks were concerned because both the 4 and the 12 looked sensational. I think I could give the paddock pick to either one of them, and you see Tyler Gaffleone taking Edgartown away from the pony, letting him stretch his legs. He's got a real athletic build and certainly a good-looking individual.
All about tonight, the number 5 horse, he's 20-1. He ran in one of those allowance races at Kentucky Downs for $250,000, if I'm not mistaken, one of the races that is for the Keeneland sales graduates, and that turned out to be a live race, and he's a son of the factory. He got a little anxious for a moment when they were leading him out. He reared up just for a moment, but then once he settled in, he took it in, and he was professional down in the paddock and being the same out there as he warms up.
One of the rare Mike Maker horses who did not run all that well at Kentucky Downs, he just was very flat. In his debut, he had some trouble, legitimate trouble at the start of the 5.5 furlong race really cost him big time. But he's a horse that I'm thinking the distance will forgive any incidents that may happen at the beginning. And who knows, maybe he gets lucky this time and it's a smooth sailing.
And then Drobny, the 6, he's run once. He found himself in all kinds of trouble at the beginning of that race, and then he dropped out of it, finished 5th, sprinting on the dirt. He went 6 furlongs. But he's bred top and bottom for turf. He's by Tourist, a Breeders' Cup winner, out of an English Channel, First Dam English Channel himself, a Breeders' Cup turf winner at Monmouth Park all the way back in the late 2000s. So the surface switch could really move this horse forward if he stays true to what his mom and broodmare sire have done or did and what they've produced for many years in thoroughbred racing.
He's feeling full of himself, that's for sure. And I do think that perhaps Chris Hartman ran him on the dirt just to get a race into him before moving to the grass, because it sure seems like this pedigree is all about the green. Chris Hartman is 10% when he moves horses from to the turf for the first time, and I think that's a pretty solid stat. So this one would not shock me at all.
2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Lane's End, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line for race 7. Edgartown moves into line. Mill Street comes forward. Now All About Tonight. Bugatu moves into line. Drobny approaches the gate. Tireless, last to load. Tireless moving into line, all set. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Sharon's Prince out for the early lead along with All About Tonight. And All About Tonight a step quicker. Sharon's Prince will go second as the field heads down to the first turn. Mugatu is toward the far outside, caught wide at the entry to the turn in the 3rd position. And then Edgartown hugs the rail, saves some ground, moves up from 4th now to take 3rd by just a half length. Further back, Real Men Violin between horses in 5th. Tireless, 3 wide around the turn in 6th. Frontline Warrior back toward the inside in 7th. Mill Street hugged the rail all the way around the turn, but is toward the back of the pack in 8th. Drobny is 9th toward the outside, and Phenomenal Dream is last. The opening quarter went in 23.48 seconds. Back up front, All About Tonight is the leader now by just 1 length. Sharon's Prince goes second, 3/4 of a length. Mugatu is third up on the outside, a half length. Edgartown 4th back toward the inside. Then Real Men Violin, a lane off the rail over to the far turn in 5th. Frontline Warrior, then Tireless still 3 wide again on the turn. Mill Street behind that one, followed closely by Drobny, who's caught wide at the back of the pack, and Phenomenal Dream. The first half mile went in 47.93 seconds. They round the far turn. All About Tonight, Sharon's Prince. They go 1-2, separated by less than a length, and a gap of 3 more lengths to Edgartown, who starts to look for some running room, has to change lanes to the outside. Tireless is still out in the center of the course. Frontline Warrior back toward the inside. It's wide open into the final furlong. Edgartown, Frontline Warrior. Real Men Violin, center of the course, and still Frontline Warrior coming up the rail. Frontline Warrior to the lead. Edgartown second. Frontline Warrior. Edgartown. Frontline Warrior. Edgartown. Frontline Warrior gets in a neck. Edgartown was home second. And then Real Men Violin rallied up for third, close for 4th.
Well, Frontline Warrior finds himself up against the rail as he has to come around a horse here for a bit, splits those 2 out in front of him, and then actually for a moment looked like he was going to do that, but then dives to the rail, and the full horse Edgartown, he was getting in maybe a little bit right there as you see Tyler Gaffione having to straighten him out, but the 3 up against the rail stays straight and strong for the win.
Boy, Frontline Warrior lucks out, I think, as far as trip was concerned for a lot of other horses, but everything going his way for Flavian Pratt, and you can see a little bit unlucky Edgartown has to settle for runner-up. The 8, Real Men Violin, was kind of always just on the fringes and actually comes up with a nice performance to round out the top 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 3, Frontline Warrior, was first. 4, Edgartown, second. Number 8, Real Men Violin, was third. And number 10, Mill Street, was fourth. 3, 4, 8, 10. The results unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Lane's End, the unofficial winner, number 3, Frontline Warrior, owned by Woodford Racing LLC of William S. Ferris Jr., owned also by Juliana Hahn Holt and W.S. Ferris, trained by Shug McGahee. Flavian Pratt is the jockey. Frontline Warrior, 2-year-old son of Warfront, out of Shamrock Rose by First Dude, bred in Kentucky by Juliana Hahn, Cross Triangle Farm LLC, 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 36.96 seconds. Results are official for Keeneland's 7th race. 3, 4, 8, 10, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Jamison Baker is joined by representatives of Lane's End to present the trophy for the 7th race, the Lane's End, to the connections of Frontline Warrior. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine, and scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. Again, scratch the 6, Moment to Shine, and scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. That's in the featured 9th race. Scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, La Griffon, will run. And a reminder, the 11, Blame the Good Times, is a gelding. Number 11, Blame the Good Times, contrary to the program, is a gelding. 10th and final race has no changes.
Race number 8 on the card. Final pick 3 opportunity of the day begins with race number 8. And there's the number 7 horse, Little Prankster, feeling good as she gets ready to be saddled up. No surprise that she's the even money favorite. This Rigney Racing filly that they purchased back in 2021 at the September sale for $425,000. She's done nothing wrong. She started off her career with 3 consecutive seconds, even second when they stretched her out to a 1 1/8. But since they've backed her up to the sprint distances, she's even been faster earlier in her races, and she's won those 2 races. So keeping her sprinting here today, she'll be awful tough in this race, coming into this race with some fast workouts as well over at Churchill Downs. Little Prankster looks awfully tough in this spot.
And she looks awfully good. Look at her. She is big. She's got size. She's got presence. Rides that 2-race win streak. And, you know, it's not often at Saratoga. It's hard enough to win a race or break your maiden. But to come right back against winners, step up in distance as well, and on a less than fast track, run just as well. In this case, I thought she ran better. She continues to train well over at Churchill Downs. And if she's anything close to those last races, she's going to be very, very tough. And I thought deserving of this heavy favoritism.
Aunt Becca, the number 4, she's 5-2, second choice right now for Turtle Creek Farm and Cherie DeVoe. She hasn't run in 4 months. Her last win came in the Jersey, last run came rather in the Jersey Girl, where she was one of the favorites that day, but she got in some trouble that day. She's a speedy filly as well. So down on the inside of Little Prankster, that I think gives Little Prankster a bit of an advantage here, but you've got to respect this Uncle Mo filly with Luis Saez soon to be in the saddle.
I was just a little worried about the whole pace scenario all the way around. So the one Miss Arlington, that holds true for as well, but she's pretty game and gritty, and even if she doesn't make the lead, she hangs in there pretty determinedly. So I used her as the second choice. She has good early speed. She has run well here at Keeneland in maiden company. She led before tiring to finish third and comes off a pretty nice race in which she didn't make the lead and wound up third. Gives good account of herself every time.
And then Wilma Mankiller, the number 3 horse, coming in from Chicago for Larry Rivelli. He said she's gotten much better as of late. He understands that this is tougher competition than what she was beating up at Hawthorne Racecourse in Stickney, Illinois. But the ease in which she did it has to be respected with the 3 Wilma Mankiller.
Yeah, I use her in the top 3 just because she has been so consistent. You don't often see horses that are able to win 5 of 11 starts. She rides that 2-race win streak and just seems to find a way to overpower horses. She's very fast, too. She might even be the fastest of the speed horses, but I'm wondering if maybe there'll be a change of tactics and they try to take her just a little bit off the pace. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out because there are some awfully fast fillies.
It's a very good race coming up. Second level allowance condition and optional tag, which none of these fillies are running for that $125,000 claiming tag. Those that are left, the 6 and 9 both scratch. 14 minutes away from race number 8. Again, starts the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Spendthrift allowance optional claiming race for a price of $125,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 6, Moment to Shine, and scratch the 9, Philly Crystal. Post time, 5 minutes.
There is the number 7 runner. That is Little Prankster for Philip Bauer. I asked him about this filly and the new form that she's found off of races where she wasn't all that fast in her early days of her races. And he said he just got out of her way, and they added the blinkers to her. It sharpened her up. You can see that with her last 2 wins. The one thing that I found interesting that he mentioned about this Practical Joke filly is that first step, she's not the quickest away from the starting gate. No matter how much they've tried with her, they can't. She's just, that's her. So that first step is going to be crucial, and where she's at leaving the gate, she gets the lead quickly as she has in the last 2, but we'll see how she does here today leaving the starting gate.
The outside post position certainly helps matters a little bit, although the horse to her outside, Black Forest, can be pretty quick out of the gate as well. With all the speed in here, it could be a tough proposition if she does break a little bit tardy, but that said, she couldn't look any better than a horse looks, as she's just big and strong and confident and has carried good weight and flesh and looks superb. Very, very tough to look past her in this spot based on her appearances. But another big, good-looking filly is the 4 Aunt Becca. And what I liked about her is that she seemed to almost swell in size when she got the tack on her and when the jockey got on her back. Sort of carries herself with a lot of haughtiness. She almost acts like she knows she's something special.
You can see it right now, the way that she's behaving out there. She's part of the Clocker report from this morning on Today at Keeneland. This filly catching their eye in her workouts here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then let's go quickly to the number 2 horse at 5-1, Magical Loot for Ian Wilkes, Brian Hernandez Jr. Leggy filly from this perspective.
Ian has 3 wins at the meet, including 1 today, and looks for a training double on the card with his daughter McLean's Music. You know, for no other reason, she's the main beneficiary of all the speed. If something happens with the favorite, and if all these other horses show speed early, could set up for one to come from out of it, and that would be her. She was only beaten 2 1/4 lengths in the Audubon Oaks, going 7 furlongs. This might be just a little shy of her ideal distance, but that said, she's hard trying. She looked good. She's dappled from head to toe. And look at that nice loose rein that she's warming up for Brian with. I like to see that, a very happy horse in the warm-up.
2 minutes to post. It's race 8, start of the final pick 3.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Spendthrift. Moving into line, race 8. Three more to load. Lover Girl moves into the starting gate. Little Prankster. Black Forest, the last one. Moves into line. They are at the post. They're off. Slow start for Magical Loot, and likewise Little Prankster was off a step slowly. Miss Arlington moves up for the lead, though. Black Forest is there. And here's Little Prankster. She broke next to last, moves up in the center of the track, up into third by just ahead, 3 lengths off the lead as they head for the far turn. At Becca there between horses, followed by Wilma Mankiller back toward the inside. Then a break of 7 more lengths to Lover Girl, and a break of 5 more back of that when Magical Loot trails. Miss Arlington leads opening quarter, 22.25 seconds. Miss Arlington leading Little Prankster around the far turn, and also Black Forest. Now Little Prankster is going to have to go toward the far outside, moves up now into the second position, a length and a half off the lead. Wilma Mankiller back toward the rail is fourth, still 4 from the front. They turn for home. Little Prankster takes aim, coming after Miss Arlington. Miss Arlington inside, Little Prankster outside. They go at it for the lead. Then a gap of 5 lengths. Lover Girl third out in the center of the racetrack. Moving by the 8th pole, Little Prankster has a narrow lead now from Miss Arlington in second. 5 more back to Lover Girl in third. Little Prankster past the 16th pole after a slow start. Moved up, took the lead coming off the far turn. Little Prankster wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Miss Arlington was across the line in the second position and was followed by Lover Girl third.
Well, just as Philip Bauer explained to me, she's not the quickest away from the gate. We saw that on full display here, but Tyler Gaffalione never panicked. He always had her in the 3 path, and she was powerful down the lane, finishing up the final time in 1:10 and 28/100ths.
It's almost as if she doesn't feel like it's hard enough work to go right to the front. Took a little time, had to work harder, but boy, once she got past her, she draws off and looks impressive. 3 consecutive wins and deserving of that 4 to 5 price, although Miss Arlington ran awfully good, fast opening quarter, and holds on for the place.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Little Prankster, finished first. Number 1, Miss Arlington, second. Number 5, Lover Girl, third. Number 2, Magical Loot, fourth. 7-1-5-2, unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 7-1-5-2, the official results for Keeneland's 8th race. Into the winner's circle for the 8th, the Spendthrift, the official winner, number 7, Little Prankster. Owned by Rigney Racing, LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer. 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Little Prankster, 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke, out of Good Grammar by Exchange Rate. Bred in Kentucky by Jeff Kerber and Robin Kerber. The Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 10.28 seconds. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Jonathan Young is joined by representatives of Spendthrift to present the trophy for the 8th race, the Spendthrift, to the connections of Little Prankster. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 30 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. In this 9th race, scratch number 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14, Kigali, the 15, American Diamond, and the 16, El Ahijado. Again, scratch the 9, Soybean Man. Also scratch 14, Kigali, 15, American Diamond, and 16, El Ahijado. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, La Griffon, will run. And a reminder, the 11 is a gelding. Contrary to the program, Blame the Good Times, number 11 is a gelding. Looking ahead, no changes in the 10th race.
Race number 9, our featured allowance race, the Godolphin, is 20 minutes to post. And there's a look at the number 10 horse. That is King Keeneland for RSR Racing and Brittany Vandenberg, a colt by Keeneland that on closing day of the spring meet came very close to reeling in Monjid, that Shadwell runner who got loose, the big gray. And since then, he really hasn't missed a beat. This is a horse that has done very well, been very consistent. One of the things that Brittany Vandenberg told me about this horse is that sometimes she feels like he's holding back down the stretch, so they're hoping to unlock that at some point in time.
Boy, is he handsome. Really has that Curlin-esque presence about him and has been as consistent as a horse can be. 1 for 11 lifetime, but right there in 7 of 11 starts. I definitely am including him as the top contenders. He's on my pick 4 ticket. And he wouldn't shock me at all. I'm interested to see where he sits with that different longer distance race that he comes out of. It can take a little bit of the turn of foot out of a horse as he goes to the mile and a 16th, but my guess is it doesn't matter. He seems very honest. I went to the 5. I didn't think that anybody stood out. You've got consistent horses, but you don't have all-stars. And because of that, I looked to horse a little outside the box, the 5 Safe Trip Home. Comes off a layoff for Doug Cowens. He's 17% with his layoff horses, very solid stats, and tries the turf for the first time. And I love the pedigree. He's by More Than Ready out of a Bernstein mare. I really think his 2 races at Turfway were very good. In maiden company, he did everything he was asked to do. At high odds, he broke his maiden quite easily. And then he comes back in an allowance against Aristocracy, a horse who rattled off 2 consecutive wins and then went into stakes company. So pretty good company. He finished second, was beaten just 3 parts of a length. I love to see this horse on the grass today.
I've got the 11 as my second choice, Blame the Good Times. He's a gelding. He's a son of Blame for Brian Lynch and CJ Racing. Saez in the saddle. Hasn't run in 9 months, but Brian Lynch, very good in these situations, bringing him back off of the extended period of time, last seen in January. He was good. He's been good outside of the 1 run here at Keeneland where he just was never involved. But when this horse gets involved in the race, he sticks around, and I respect him. And folks are. He's 6-1, part of many that are being considered in this race as far as the top 2 or 3 in the wagering selections.
He's handsome. I'll say that. Off that 8-month layoff. A lot of horses coming off layoffs in here. I went to the 3 Tall Boy as my second selection. Coming off the 2-month layoff for Doug O'Neill. He's fresh. He's sharp. He's got some tactical abilities. That should suit the rail being out 30 feet. He's also coming out of stakes company at Ellis Park. He was no match for Wadsworth and Angliophile, who came back to win pretty nicely. So good company he was keeping in there. And before that, at this level, just missed by a neck at Ellis Park. He makes a lot of sense in here. And he's actually fair odds at 5-1. I think that'll probably drop as we get closer to post time.
Mr. McGregor, the number 1 horse, he's the lukewarm favorite at 4-1 for the Wygod family, bred by the Wygod family, winner in his only turf try. That was at Kentucky Downs, and he's had a difficult campaign. He's run against General Jim, Arcangelo. You would consider the current favorite for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Those are in his dirt races. Then he moves over to turf, and he handles that group pretty nicely at Kentucky Downs. So I think that his past form and company are putting him in the position to be the favorite right now against this very wide open group of runners.
Yeah, he is moving up into a relatively competitive spot, but not out of the question to see him rattle off consecutive wins. And he's another that has some tactical speed. So the inside post probably suits Joel Rosario with the win today and Bill Mott with a win today as well.
Very good race coming up. It's our featured allowance race, the Godolphin, race number 9. Start of the late daily double, 16 minutes to get those plays in here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 9th race, the Godolphin Allowance 3-year-olds and up at a mile and a 16th over the firm turf, the rail at 30 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 9 Soybean Man. Also scratch the 14 Kigali, the 15 American Diamond, and the 16 El Ahijado. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, La Griffon, will run. And contrary to the program, the 11 Blame the Good Times is a gelding. Post time at 7 minutes.
We come frontside with 6 minutes to post, now 5 minutes before race number 9. There is Gatlinburg for Steve Asmussen and Christian Torres. Torres and Asmussen teamed up for a stakes win earlier in the meet, at the beginning of the meet just last weekend. And here's a horse we talked about keeping good company. In that maiden race on June 24th, Tabawatch was the winner of that race. Tabawatch would later win the St. Louis Derby over at Fairmount Park and on the St. Louis side, in the St. Louis area, I should say, on the Illinois side.
And off that race, Gatlinburg comes right back and wins easily as the favorite at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the turf. Had things his own way on the front end for sure, but he drew off and won very convincingly. Then he came back to Kentucky Downs against tougher company and was only beaten a length and a quarter going 7 furlongs. He improved with that race, but I think he's even a better horse longer. So this mile and a 16th could really suit him. I don't know that he has to be on the lead. I just think he needs to be in a comfortable cruising position. He looked beautiful. In the paddock, he was by far the paddock pick, and he would not shock me here to run a huge race at 7-1.
You've got to respect the action the 5 Safe Trip Home is taking. He's 5-1 right now. He is not far away from being the favorite, and look how fit and ready he looks off the layoff. I spoke to his trainer, Doug Cowens, about him. He said he is ready to roll. And the one thing about this trainer, Doug Cowens, he doesn't run a lot here, but when they come, they run well. He's got a horse in on Sunday, looking ahead to Sunday, if you want to look that far, named Mischievous Rogue, who's in race number 5, who won back in the spring of this year. So that's an example of Doug Cowens, the trainer, knowing what type of horse to bring here, and handicappers are paying attention very much to Safe Trip Home, the 5.
He's my top pick in here, and I was real happy to see how he looked in the paddock. He was on all systems go. You can see he's really full of himself on the track right now. Luan Machado, back on board, knows him really well, and I love this pedigree for the grass by More Than Ready, so makes a lot of sense to me.
The number 13 does draw into the race. Just a reminder of that for Robertino Diodoro and DeLuca and Sons Stable. Treasure Beach Colt, he's a huge price. He's 56-1, which would be well over $100 winner if he's able to spring this upset. But in his best races, and even last time, he's forward. He'll try to clear from that outside draw here today.
Yeah, I think the outside post position is a disadvantage. I think the rail being out is an advantage for his style. I think the game plan will be to go to the lead, although it's worth noting that back early in his career at Colonial, he actually sat off the pace and didn't run a bad race. So, but lately he seems like he's fairly one-dimensional. Maybe second start off the layoff, you're going to see him carry his speed a bit farther. You can see he's a bit amped up. He was in the paddock, too. He was getting just a little bit warm, but I suspect that's probably his demeanor and his way to just be kind of on go all the time.
Big field of 12 and one of the most wide open, if not the most wide open race that we've seen so far this fall meet at Keeneland. A 4-1 favorite on the number 1 horse, Mr. McGregor, then up to 5-1, and even 4-1 on the 3-horse Tall Boy. Great betting race to start the late daily double. Our featured 9th race comes up next.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the Godolphin. Moving into line for the 9th. Irish Aces comes forward. Safe Trip Home moves into line. Gatlinburg into the gate. Le Griffon, the last one. All in at the post. They're off. Mr. McGregor broke alertly from the inside. Gatlinburg is right there in the opening strides as well. Mr. McGregor and Gatlinburg, and they're joined by King Curlin, who moves up along with Blame the Good Times out in the center of the course. In 4th, Fingal is 5th. Irish Aces back toward the inside is in 6th position. Safe Trip Home is a lane off the rail, a little bit hard to handle there as they move into the turn. In the 7th spot, tossing his head about, all choked up, is 8th on his outside. Le Griffon is a very wide 9th around the turn. Baseline Beater is 10th. Tall Boy is 11th. And Oscar Award is last of the 12, opening quarter, 22.92 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Gatlinburg is the leader by a length and a half. Blame the Good Times is second a length. Fingal third up on the outside. Mr. McGregor is shuffled back into 4th, but just over 2 lengths off the lead at the midpoint midpoint of the backstretch. King Curlin is in between horses right alongside of Mr. McGregor, joined by All Choked Up to the far outside. It is followed by Irish Aces against the rail, who's running 6 lengths off the lead. And then Safe Trip Home. The opening half mile was 47.33 seconds. On to the far turn they go. Gatlinburg, Fingal far outside. Blame the Good Times is there between that pair. Mr. McGregor hugs the rail again around the far turn. Still in fourth, still 2 lengths off the lead. Now starts to move up, looks for some more running room. King Curlin is fifth, has to go wide off the turn. 6 from the front. Mr. McGregor now comes off the rail and comes after Gatlinburg. Fingal is there in third. Irish Aces is toward the rail fourth. 5 from the front. King Curlin 5 from the front. Irish Aces coming late after Gatlinburg from in between horses. Here comes Irish Aces alongside of Gatlinburg. Irish Aces from in between horses to the lead. Irish Aces, Tyler Gaffalione threading the needle through the stretch and to the wire. Irish Aces wins it. King Curlin was up in time to grab second.
Bet down to 4-1. Irish Aces getting the victory here today. The chestnut son of M. Shawish. He comes off the rail. He's got to navigate the horse out in front of him and not be hemmed in by the one. But Tyler gets him in the clear, and he's going to kick on. King Curlin comes with those big strides, but just can't quite gobble up the ground. And all things considered, with the 5 going into the first turn, he ran a heck of a race to finish fourth.
He was extremely rank in the early stages of the race. Took about half a mile to get him settled into stride, but that definitely wasn't the case with Irish Acres, who was very comfortable early off the pace and then fires big at 4-1. King Curlin, and then it looked like Gatlinburg, the early pace setter, might have held on for third.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 4, Irish Aces finished first. Number 10, King Curlin second. Number 6, Gatlinburg third. Number 5, Safe Trip Home fourth. 4:10.65 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the featured ninth race, the Godolphin, the unofficial winner, number 4, Irish Aces, owned by Pocket Aces Racing, LLC of Mark Wampler and Jared Shoemaker, trained by Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione goes back-to-back and racks up his third win overall on the card. Irish Aces, a 3-year-old gelded son of M. Shawish out of Nimblefoot by Dane Hill Dancer, bred in Kentucky by Lynch Baj Limited. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 41.74 seconds, and the results are official for the featured ninth, 4:10.65 official. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Talon Perkins is joined by representatives of Godolphin to present the trophy for the ninth race, the Godolphin, to the connections of Irish Aces. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. There is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $16,011. No changes in race 10. The track is fast.
Race number 6, a maiden $50,000 claimer to close out this Thursday card. These are fillies and mares 3 and up, all seeking their first victory in their career, and they'll be going 6 furlongs. And the number 10 horse right now is the favorite, oh my God, for Wonky Tonk Stables and Eddie Keneally. They've had to be patient with getting this filly to the races, but I went in this direction just because with those that have run, I've seen enough to want a fresh face, and I think that's the feeling here. But when you look at the pick 3, pick 4, and pick 5 will pays, the 9 is the clear favorite in all of those will pays, and those are always great gauges. So wouldn't be shocking to see the favoritism move to the number 9 horse over the course of the next 16 minutes.
Yeah, that's my guess as to what's going to happen in general, but I think it's interesting. Oh My God shows workouts dating back to March 2022. So that means the horse has been on the track probably since almost the beginning of 2022, with some long gaps in between. Sometimes patience pays off in these types of situations, and the workout pattern lately has been pretty strong. I went to the 7. She's a small-town girl. Sometimes it's experience counts, and she's at least got a foundation underneath her, moves turf back to the main track. Where she was 3rd at Oaklawn in the spring, she actually ran a really good race in maiden special weight company. This is only her 2nd time dropping in for a tag, and last time at Saratoga on the turf, she almost got the job done. Look for her to sit kind of a stalking trip under Rosario for Mike Maker. I'm not surprised she's getting played. 7-2 seems about right for her.
It definitely does. In and amongst this group here today off of that lone try for maiden 40 last time out. Then we move on to the number 9 horse, St. Benedict's Prep, who is still the second choice at 3-1. Not much changing in the last 2 minutes since we've been talking about him on the paddock side. But here's a filly for Chad Brown. They ran for $75,000, part of an entry at Saratoga. She was 5th, just beaten 3/4 of length that day. But she gets back on dirt, and she's run okay on dirt. I mean, I think that any one of her dirt races is probably good enough to be very competitive against this type of bunch in what she sees today.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I just would have liked to have seen a little bit more from her. She's kind of one-paced. She did finish 2nd in her debut at 5.5 furlongs, but generally, as the distances have gotten longer, she's fallen out of it. So she doesn't seem to be the type that has much early speed. She is coming off of about 3 months layoff, and that could maybe wake her up a little bit. She was actually entered in a race on the 30th of September at the Meadowlands, and that race, I believe, was a turf race and was rained off. And with the races canceled that day, she ends up back to square one, waited another bit of time before she winds up in this spot. She's good enough to win. I put her in my top 3. I would have a hard time betting her to win, though. I just feel like she lacks that sizzle at the end.
Finally, let's go to the 5-horse Nurse Kringle Dances for Ian Wilkes. He's having a nice week, nice meet so far at Keeneland Racecourse. He goes back to Julian Le Peru, who's ridden this filly just about every step of the way. There's only been one race in which Julian did not ride. That was all the way back in November of last year when this filly was 2. But they're adding blinkers here today as she moves back over to the dirt. First time blinkers for this Klimt filly.
She's kind of been falling out of it, at least. Well, the pace has been fast, so in fairness to her, she just couldn't quite keep up. When the pace is slower, she can actually be on the lead. I think that it's kind of a hit and miss to try to figure out what this filly really wants to do, and maybe at the end of the day it'll turn out to be sprinting on the dirt. She ran really well in that restricted competition at Churchill last fall, and the addition of blinkers could certainly wake her up a little bit. I did put her in my top 3 as well because she's run races fast enough to win this one. But she's another one that's hard to embrace at a short price. If you get 7-1, that's not bad.
And also, as we ready to close out this Thursday card with the 10th and final, looking at the pick 6, if the 1, 2, 3, or 8 win this race, the 1, 2, 3, or 8, big prices. We see that on the tote board. If they win, there would be a 2-day pick 6 carryover going into tomorrow. So another thing to keep track of for you pick 6 players. 1, 2, 3, or 8 carries the pick 6 if they are able to spring the upset in race number 10. Best of luck at Keeneland in the 10th and final.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Rude and Riddle. Maiden claiming event fillies and mares age 3 and up, $50,000 claiming price. No changes in race 10, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover, $16,011. $16,011. The carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's the number 5 horse, 7-1, Nurse Kringle's Dances, the Klimt filly. Speaking to Ian Wilkes, I asked him about the blinkers and adding them today. He just said that in some of those most recent races, she just kind of sucked out of positions that she had. So he's hoping that it'll make her hold position. And I said, would that be forward position today? And he goes, that's the idea. So hoping to get her more forward and not back out of spots with the addition of blinkers.
She was really on her toes and is a very good-looking filly. I'm not sure, again, what she wants to do, but on looks alone, you could put her in the mix, and Ian has certainly had a very solid meet.
The number 4 horse, Market Profile, she's a big price, but she's not one of the horses in this race that would spring a pick 6 carryover. Again, those numbers 1, 2, 3, and 8. But at 27-1, there's a ticket or tickets alive to this filly for trainer Destin Heath and CJ Thoroughbreds, led by Corey Johnson and his son CJ Johnson. So there's folks out there that had her on the pick 6 ticket.
She really looks bright. Look at her. She looks like she's going to take flight any minute. And I'm interested to see what she does moving back to the dirt. This, I believe, is the first starter at Keeneland for Destin Heath and one of the first starters, but an experienced horseman in his own right. Market Profile showed some speed in her very first start, and that was her best start by far at Churchill a while back, about a year ago. So we'll see if she's grown up a little bit. She's very, very attractive.
Just looking at those pick 6 will pays, it looks like at least 2 tickets alive to the number 4 horse for $65,000. The biggest payoff would be $130,000 to the 6, who's getting some sneaky play, Birdie Rose, who's 9-1 right now. But the 10 is 9-5. Oh my God, the first-time starter, not favored in the pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 will pays. And there's a look at that 6, who would return $130,000 to a winning pick 6 ticket. 2 minutes to post for the nightcap.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Rood and Riddle. Moving into line for race 10. St. Benedict's Prep goes into the gate. Marmalade Sky comes forward. Market Profile goes in. Now Nurse Kringle dances into the gate. Oh my God, the last to load. All set at the post. And they're off. She's a small town girl, and oh my God, both have early speed. They come right to the front. St. Benedict's Prep comes away in third, all in the call fourth. Wild Acclaim away running in fifth. Be Miss Hattie sixth toward the outside. Birdie Rose is in seventh. Marmalade Sky is eighth. Market Profile is in ninth position as they head on to the far turn. And Nurse Kringle dances last of the 10 back up front. Oh my God, the leader has the lead over to the rail now to save some ground around the far turn. Leads it by 2 lengths. St. Benedict's Prep is second up on the outside, all in the call, goes third back toward the inside, just over a quarter mile to go. Be Miss Hattie fourth, toward the outside is 7 lengths off the lead. Marmalade Sky is 8 from the front, top of the lane. Oh my God, the leader opens up on a 5-length lead. St. Benedict's Prep is second by 5, then all in the call. Marmalade Sky now taking third toward the outside, then Be Miss Hattie from between horses. Here's St. Benedict's Prep coming after, oh my God, past the 8th pole. Oh my God, has the lead by a length. St. Benedict's Prep is there and second up on the outside. Marmalade Sky far back in third. Oh my God, 16th to go, leads at a length. Here's St. Benedict's Prep making a final run. Oh my God, St. Benedict's Prep on the outside. St. Benedict's Prep wins it. Oh my God, was across the line in the second position, followed by Marmalade Sky and Nurse Kringle dances.
Second choice in the wagering at 3-1, St. Benedict's Prep. She was closest to the pace setter, Oh My God, who was doing that workout on the front end, but she starts to come back to the 9, who goes past her for Chad Brown.
Yeah, the horses that were 1-2 around the racetrack finish up 1-2 with the positions reversed. Just a little bit more kick from St. Benedict's Prep versus the first-time starter, Oh My God, who got just a little bit tired.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 9, St. Benedict's Prep, finished first. Number 10, Oh My God, was second. Number 3, Marmalade Sky, third. Number 5, Nurse Kringle Dances, was fourth. And number 1, All in the Call, fifth. 9-10-3-5-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Rude and Riddle, the unofficial winner, number 9, St. Benedict's Prep, owned by Michael Dubb, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuhlman, and owned by Michael Caruso. Chad Brown is the trainer, Florent Giroux the jockey. St. Benedict's Prep, now the official winner, a 3-year-old filly by Flatter, out of line by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Claiborne Farm. Florent Giroux, the winning rider. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.66 seconds. Again, the results are official, 9-10-3-5-1 official. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Said Zachariah is joined by representatives of Rude and Riddle to present the trophy for the 10th race, the Rude and Riddle to the connections of St. Benedict's Prep. Carryover for tomorrow's card, a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $59,351. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.